Hello, welcome everybody. How are you guys doing? Hope you're well. Hope you're all thriving. Sending you all much love and much blessings. Hope the day is treating you all sweetly. And that you guys have come to have a nice and chill little evening. I was just doing a couple of little enhancements. Make sure I've got my car close to hand. Okay, there's just one person in the room at the moment. I'm just busy settling in. Oh, ain't no cocoa like bitter cocoa. Feel that much. Okay. Wow. Do we have a discussion on the line for tonight? Ladies and gentlemen. Gosh, look at me. I look like I've escaped from a pecking farm, you know? A pecking farm, that's what I look like. Like I've been attacked by a bunch of birds. They've been like pecking at me from every direction. It's okay though, I'm doing alive. Ay. They say that when you become a parent, you become a lot less focused on your appearance. I think there's something to that. There's a lot of truth. Namaste to those of you that have joined. Welcome. I hope you're smiling. Hope you guys are all well. I just want to check and make sure that the links that I sent were indeed sent. And I know Indy's going to join us for a little while. Indy's at a UFO festival. How cool is that? So that's pretty damn cool. He's doing a UFO festival. And did Cosmic get his message? Yes, he did. Cosmic's just seen it now. So what are we talking about today? Talking about esoteric deception, the importance of truth, and occult revelation. I think this is really, really finger to the pulse conversation. Namaste. We've got Collis, we got Mick, we got Howard, we've got Tom Rue in the chat. Big love and blessings to all of you. I hope you guys are all absolutely just spaced out, just the right amount of space and just the right amount of out. Big love, dear Cosmic brother. How are you?
Doing all right.
Good, man. Honored to have you on the show as always. For those of you that don't know Cosmic, you can describe Cosmic with just one word. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Hold on tight to your brookies, for here that one word comes. That word is cosmic.
Definitely, man.
It's a descriptive word, and it describes who he is. Well, he's like John Dee without a crystal ball. That's pretty cosmic.
Mm-hmm.
And he channels the Fae. Well, he more like has a telepathic connection with the Fae. Is that a better way of putting it?
Yeah, that's a more better, because I'm thinking like if you think about like channeling
Bashir.
means like yeah, Bashir. That weirdo. You have to understand, man. That guy's goofy, dude.
Yeah, you don't
like
think
the spirits don't like take over me. It's more like when I do a channeling session, it's like I'll usually do it in a chat. Someone will ask a question, the fairies will whisper something in my ear, and then I'll type out what they say. And it's kind of interesting too, because when you do it like that, it actually teaches other people how to channel, because they're having a conversation with the spirit too. And I kind of teach them, like, if you just learn to read the words and feel the words that I say, like, or that they say enter your ears, it's like you can actually start to feel their presence. It's really interesting. I've noticed this with like people that I've done before, but it's not really good if I do it like in a live setting like this, where because like if people are like actually physically talking to me, it breaks my concentration, so it doesn't work. So like weirdly, the text thing is like the way I've been doing it like all these years, and you know, it's been interesting. You're muted, Franklin. You're muted, dude.
I was just saying that Indy's at a Don't. Here's an alien festival, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh.
Oh,
So,
is it a rave?
no, it's not a rave. I think it's an alien festival.
Oh, it's like actual like UFO like enthusiast type stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's finger to the pulse stuff because like it's the time when this is all kicking off, right? Everybody's
Yeah.
like, it's vogue, isn't it? So it's a good time to get out and go to one of those. And I mean, it must be quite a good giggle on the one side, right? On the one side, it's a
It
good
sounds like
giggle.
it would just be a fun blast to do. Like even if the aliens don't show up, it sounds like it'd be like a fun party regardless.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's you know, and there might be some also interesting information and interesting people. Yeah, obviously you're going to have a lot of crackpots, right?
Mhm.
Which is going to add to the giggle factor, but then you'll also have a lot of really like switched on, grounded people. So it'll be a mix, you know. It'd be great. Like
Yeah.
it'd be like picking Smarties out of a bag, right? You what do you call them? You don't call them Smarties, M&Ms. I don't know if you get Smarties. Like if you like the yellow ones and the red ones, you're picking them
I
out
feel
of
like
the
I've
bag.
heard of Smarties, but it's like a different like candy. It's more like I thought it was like a sweet candy, not like a M&M, but whatever. Or maybe I'm thinking of something else. I don't know.
Smarties are like little UFOs. They're like tiny little UFOs, like little discs, and they got like chocolate inside,
Oh, okay.
and like they got
I
like
don't
a little
know.
covering of
Because I
candy.
swear I've heard that name before, but I don't remember them being chocolate. Maybe I'm thinking of something else.
Well, it's got chocolate and whatever else in it.
I
You don't
gotcha.
know. So, disclosure day. Yeah, exactly, Howard. Darlene, namaste. Hope you're well. So, all happy. And D-Love, happy and clappy and not wearing mommy's nappy. I don't know where that came from. But anyway, in other words, go to the loo now because it's going to be a while. We're going to be here a while. I went to the loo before I came, by the way. Otherwise, like, you know what? Maybe we should start marketing a nappy for podcasters nappy. What do you think, Cosmic?
Well,
These round tables going for a while, you know?
yeah.
No. But that aside, or even just like a special, you know, gadget that you can like fittings. Gosh, that sounds bad. But yeah, so like this is, I think, like something which is quite interesting because like we're talking about esoteric deception and we're talking about extraterrestrials. I think we're right on the money, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Because there has been a lot of esoteric deception there, both against aliens and for aliens. I think you've got your crackpots out there that are like praying and having shrines to extraterrestrials, which is like, you know, pretty esoterically deceptive. And then you've had the government lying and saying like, we've never seen a flying UFO, when obviously they have because everybody else has, right? So on both sides of the fence, there's been a lot of deception and disinformation as well as misinformation. And I will tell you what I think the difference between disinformation is and misinformation. Misinformation is when you give information and it's not right. Disinformation is when you deliberately give wrong information. Is that a correct interpretation?
Yeah, that's
of those?
correct. That sounds right.
Yeah. So the government has given a lot of disinformation and the public has given a lot of misinformation, I think. Because the government is like deliberately, NASA has deliberately tried to hide and cover up the truth, where a lot of people, they actually believe what they're saying, you know, and there's a lot of truth to the extraterrestrial thing. But I think like when you're dealing with something like this, you are going to have podcasters and YouTubers, TikTokers talking nonsense because they read it on a, we've got these little chewing gums called Chappies bubble gum. And there used to be like, did you know, on the inside of a wrapper of a chewing gum. And so they read it on one of those wrappers, like a did you know, you know, and now it's the gospel truth, as you can imagine, you know. I never actually looked up any of the information on Chappies. I should actually do it. I just haven't eaten them since I was a kid, you know, since I was young. But they always used to have, like, you open the wrapper of the chewing gum, there'd be like 3 or 4 did you knows. And the things are pretty strange. You don't know whether they're true or not, right? In our days.
I always got that with Snapple. They always have a little like fact under the bottle caps.
Yeah,
But yeah,
interesting.
with like the whole alien thing you're talking about, like the difference between like, you know, the crackpots who have all this misinformation and like the, you know, the governments that say there's nothing other. I think they kind of both serve the same goal, because in a lot of ways what the crackpots do is they make all the research look stupid and dumb. It's like it gives it a bad image. It's like, oh, do you want to believe in this thing that this you know, guy who's like, you know, drooling, he doesn't know where he is, and he's pissing, you know, in public, and he thinks that like there's aliens talking to him. You don't want to be that guy. And I think in a lot of ways that is almost more like discouraging towards belief in aliens than like aliens saying, oh, they don't exist and they were made up. Because I think in a lot of ways the government likes those people because it's like, yeah, it makes it look stupid. So I think of those two things as ultimately being connected together.
Totally. Well, welcome, dear indie brother, Indie Sage. For those of you that don't know Indie Sage, he's the brother at an alien festival right now. So he's going to be having a lot of fun today. And he's an anthropologist at heart. He's embedded within the Tao, Western mysticism, and occult studies and practice, and alchemy. But his love is the ancient past. He's a researcher of note. And welcome, dear brother. How are you doing? How's the festival? Are you there?
I'm here now. It is amazing. I've been documenting it with my friend, and there's so many great people here. We've been having dialogues, talking about people who have witnessed UFOs, people's take on who are they and where are they from and what do they want. It's been so illuminating, and it's been so much fun. There's so much fun here to have, and it's such an excitement for me because I'm with my people right now out here. We got some hippies out here. We got some astronomers. We have astrologers here. It is a wonderful crowd, and I'm just loving it right now. So glad to be with you guys.
Big love, brother. What festival is it?
It's called the Alien Festival in Spruce Pines, North Carolina.
Spruce Pines. So if any of you are out in North Carolina, Spruce Pines, that's the place you can go.
Yes. This is
Nice,
the 5th
man.
festival, and it's been so great. There's a lot of artists here, and it's just such an inspiration. There's a lot of gems and really beautiful stones here. And I watched your guys' disclosure video you and Shinobi did, and I'm like halfway through that, but I love that. I'm excited about the movie, that Spielberg movie that's coming out, Disclosure Day, and if people are willing to check out some cool stuff about disclosure, there's a wonderful movie on YouTube that's called Full Disclosure, and it was made in 2018. And it's very illuminating about who they are and what they're here for and what they do. But there are many different races of them, according to their story on that show, on that movie. And they say that there's up to 72 that have been documented, according to the Canadian Prime Minister, that has been whistleblowing about his involvement with them. So
you know, when you talk about disclosure, it makes me think about Dr. Greer. And I was following Dr. Greer, like, I don't know when it was, man. When was he starting out? He was getting really started in his project. I think it was about 1.5 decades ago. Might have been a bit more. And in the beginning, he seemed very credible. 15 years ago, maybe more. It could have been 2005. I can't give you, no, 2010. No, it must have been more. Must have been more than 15 years ago. It must have been closer to maybe not quite 2 decades, but something like between 15 years and 2 decades. And these days, I'm just not sure what Dr. Greer is up to. I mean, I almost wonder whether there's a lot of people that are on that side of the disclosure bubble that you wonder what they are up to. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it's almost like there's a narrative being pushed. He's been in a lot of meetings with Trump and with, you know, presidents and with Parliament. No, not Parliament. The Senate, right? And various different hearings. And he's been saying a lot for like years that, oh, it's going to happen this month. It's going to happen next month. And I think it sort of gives it a bad name. What do you think? Do you think there's been too much hype around the disclosure for the last decade? And now it's almost at the point where people are like, yeah, nah, we all know it's happening.
Yeah, I really think so, because they've been talking about it too much and not really coming forth with anything. But Dr. Stephen Greer has really disclosed a lot of information from early on, and I'm kind of with you. From the beginning, it seemed more innocent and truthful, and now it's kind of more revolving around like speculation and defending people's misinterpretations. So it's kind of drawn away from the authenticity that he originally had. It was really just coming from his experiences. But he actually is from Asheville, North Carolina, which is right near where I'm at and very close to here. And he's been able to, according to his testimony, use what's called close encounter of the fifth kind, be able to call them in through deep meditation and lead them to him so that they can appear in the skies above him. And then they actually had one of the crafts landed in one of his movies, and you could see it was cloaked, but you could see the outline of the ship there. And what he said was he didn't realize what he was doing, but in his first experience with this, he could see Earth from inside the ship from their eyes and was guiding them to him. He didn't realize what was happening. But then when they appeared above his house, he realized what he had done and that he could do this. So he suggests that people that are of high spiritual ascension are able to do close encounters of the fifth kind because they wish to meet people who are leaders in spiritual ascension of the collective right now. Those are the people that they want to gather together to be able to help people understand how the disclosure should be released, to show that they are the watchers that are here to protect us and watch over us and guide us through this transition that we're at right now. That's been prophesied through the Hopi prophecy of the Blue Star people. And in the prophecy, they've suggested that there are, I believe, 8 or 9 different elements of the prophecy. The first of which was the white people will arrive on boats. The second one, I don't know exactly the order of them, and I'm going to be missing some of them, but the second one that I know of is that the long-haired flower children will become the people that will become spiritually ascended in the 60s and 70s and will help us to be able to reach the collective, to understand that they're here to protect us and that they can become some of the people that will be able to be involved with the movement. Then the next one is there will be, or actually before that, there was one, there will be spider webs that travel across the land, which are the telephone wires. That's been interpreted as that. And the power lines that are up on the telephone poles. Then after the flower children, the story was that when boys become girls and girls become boys, or men become women and women become men rather, then it will be very close to the time that the blue star will approach from the heavens. And soon after that, there will be a major cataclysm on the surface. And they will be gathering spiritually ascended people together to protect them. And they're hoping that we can help raise the collective consciousness so that they can gather more people to protect us from the oncoming catastrophe that has been prophesied by the blue star. And so it's your guess as good as mine as to what that blue star is, or whether that catastrophe is going to happen very soon. But a lot of remote viewers and prophets and psychics all agree that by 2050, all of the urban centers will have been depopulated. The people will be returning to sovereignty and have taken the power back and live on the land again. And it kind of seems to me that part of this involves the fact that we're gonna lose a lot of the power grid, and maybe even the internet will be wiped out as well. The high technology that we have may, in fact, be replaced by the high technology that they have, which will liberate us from needing to pay for utilities and have to wire up to things to be able to receive them. So that's a definite possibility and an interesting one to me. And it's a fascinating prophecy that they have, and my mother's been following this since the 70s. And she recently told me that she was part of the Blue Star People group around then, and that when I was conceived, she said I was involved as a fetus. She said that I was possibly genetically connected to the collective consciousness of the tall white brothers of the Blue Star People. So it's called being genetically blended. And they talk about that in the Full Disclosure movie, which refers to the blue rays and the indigo rays and the violet rays. Also, the crystal children and the rainbow tribe are all involved in being genetically blended as what they consider to be hybrids of the collective.
What do you think, dear Cosmic brother? What are your thoughts? What are your feelings
Is this about aliens?
about these prophecies? Do they sit like? How do they tickle your fanny? I mean, your
How did they
fancy.
tickle my fanny? I mean, it
I
seems
mean, your
like
fancy.
my fancy. Well, they're
I left out to sea.
kind of the same thing if you really think about it. Yeah, I think aliens are definitely interesting, but I think I've always been more interested in ultra-terrestrials than extraterrestrials. I always like the concept of the ultra-terrestrial, which is more like a being that's not quite astral, not quite physical, somewhere in between like real and non-real. There's that the whole concept of the ultra-terrestrial. I actually have like one of my albums named after that. And that weird, because that's kind of like where the Fae have kind of led me towards, like another threshold that seems to be beyond the extraterrestrials. So I'm actually trying to like talk with the Fae and sort of like figure out how aliens do sort of fit into, you know, the whole picture in general. But I do think there probably is a Zerfax for them. I'll just say that.
You know, when you say ultra terrestrial, what it makes me think about is beings that don't live in this reality but have phasing technology that they can be in this reality when they choose to be in this reality, and then phase out of this reality when they choose to phase out of this reality to return to their own reality. And that to me makes perfect sense. Just when we think about it, like as an ultra terrestrial. But they're still extraterrestrial because they're still not natives, right? They're not native to this hunk of rock. Although some of them might be underneath the hunk of rock and come out like in secret. So they might be so native that we don't even know. They might be more native than us. Who knows? Well, we might be the extraterrestrials.
Like maybe it's like a dimensional intersection. Like maybe in some ways, due to space time, our planet is somehow intrinsically linked to another planet. Like if you think about it, it exists in the same like three-dimensional space coordinate, but in a different fourth dimensional area. And there's like certain aspects of reality where our dimensions like converge, and that's where the aliens sort of like, you know, they sort of come out. I think it makes more sense to think of them as extra dimensional, because I feel like when it comes to, you know, faster than, you know, just the distance of traveling through space and just the logistics and, you know, all that stuff, I think there has to be something, you know, it's not just pure, you know, spacecraft. There's definitely something else going on. That's why it has that, you know, supernatural aspect to it.
Yeah, I love that. I like to refer to them as the sky people or the interdimensional beings myself because it resonates with me better. But what do you guys think about this? I feel like the word extraterrestrial to me means something different than extraplanetary. Extraplanetary would suggest that they're from another planet or not from this planet, beyond this planet. But extraterrestrial to me could be interpreted as they're not from land. They're not from, not Earth with a capital E, the planet, but from the Earth of planet Earth. Possibly coming from either the sea or from the inner Earth or the subterranean Earth, as some like to refer to it as. And possibly connected to the deep underground military bases, the DUMBs, or possibly being a little bit further down. It's been said to me that there's actually another inner Earth civilization beyond the deep underground military bases that's about 2 miles down, whereas the deep underground military bases are about 1 mile down under the Earth, or possibly less. And the fact that there are many different races of our ancestral races suggests to me that there could be ones that are surreptitious, that have a sinister agenda, and other ones that are protectors that watch over us. But I like to think that the sinister ones could be like a propaganda, possibly to like control us through fear, to keep us under wraps, to keep us obedient to our conscience, and to maybe I don't really know. It's interesting to me, but what do you guys think of that? Do you think
I think another application of the term extraterrestrial, if you think of terrestrial as like, maybe it's like beyond matter. So maybe these aliens are made of dark matter. Like, what if dark matter is like some kind of like mirror like world that people can access, and like they come from that space or dimension where dark matter exists to come here? And that could also be another way to think about extraterrestrial.
I think like that's really interesting idea. I think what we call dark matter is just a whole lot of matter that's not in phase with our matter, just where there's other worlds. And I think we've realized, like, hold on, we thought we were like all there was, but what's all this other stuff around there? There's a lot of dark matter. Don't they believe that most of the matter in the universe is dark matter? Isn't it getting to that kind of level?
Something like that. So my understanding where the idea of dark matter came from was that, they're looking at the equations for how the Big Bang formed, and they realized that the universe was expanding at a faster rate than the mass of the Big Bang would suggest. So they have like a kind of idea how they figure out the sort of the mass and size of the Big Bang. And the way it expands, it's like it's too fast for the calculations to make sense. So science basically came up with the concept of dark matter as a way to explain the mathematical gaps. I think Sheldrake actually talks about this a lot.
Yeah,
another. I just wanted to answer your question quickly before about the good and the bad, before we get sidetracked into the dark matter story, because that's an interesting conversation. Another thing I wanted to say is like I have had a lot of experience with extraterrestrials over the last 4 decades, more than 4 decades. Anyway, it's less than 5 decades. Although I don't know who I was communicating with when I was little. There were these beings that were my friends, and they remind me very much of the beings I was connected to in like the mid-90s. But I can't say for sure. They seemed good and they seemed helpful, and they opened the door for me to go in through. I thought I was traveling through the earth like a warp, like a. Oh, by the way, namaste, Vincent. And namaste, Gaz. Hope you guys are well. And who else has just arrived just to say hello to the Mensa? She is Moonfeather. Moonfeather. Oh, what a pleasure. She is Moonfeather. How are you, dear Moonfeather? Lovely to see you as always. And Bernadine and Darlene and everybody. Hope you guys are smiling. But yeah, my experience with extraterrestrials has been a mixed bag of eggs. And I've experienced some of them are not good and some of them are good. For example, Indy, you mentioned the ones in the wires. Now, my own experience of the ones that seem to be where there's electricity, and it's not just on the wires, it's anywhere where there's electricity. Normally what I see by the electricity is like creatures that crawl on the walls. I don't know what to call them. They look like giant spiders made out of shadow substance, like a kind of but what I've also witnessed when I've sat watching them carefully, that there's these shadow beings that command them. So there's shadow beings that like walk around on the earth, and they've got these pets. That's what it looks like dogs or something. But like it's their version of a creature it's not like it crawls like, and it crawls along electrical things, and like on the walls it'll crawl, and you'll notice it will crawl on certain places, and then you'll look and you'll see, there's an electrical box over there. It seems to be moving where there must be electricity in the buildings. So anyway, that's my thought about and those beings. I've known them to do some pretty dismal stuff. I've had experiences with the lizard beings. I've seen the lizard beings try to cause trouble with people, seen them try to cause trouble with me. I've had very upsetting experiences with the ant beings. I've had really good experiences with many of the small Pleiadian beings from Pleiades. I don't think they're all good or they're all bad. And this was my problem with Dr. Greer. When he started to preach that they were all just coming here to help us, I was like, no, I think there are beings coming to help us, but I also think that, like anything, there are always going to be entities that have their own well-being first. And they're here to see what they can get. That's my thought. I think it's a mixed bag of eggs. But yeah, Indy, are you with us, brother? Maybe Indy's slipped away.
Yes,
You were going to say, responding to the dark matter.
Yeah, would you think that they would be the mantids, possibly? Because the ant people are referred to the ant people apparently because they have a large ant-like head. But the mantids are more like a spider. But would you say they're more like a spider than a mantid, though?
No, the ant people, I call them the ant people because they look like ants.
Yeah, okay. They have like 6 legs.
Well, no, I don't know if they look like ants. I've never seen what an ant looks like that close up. But they're pretty scary. They could be mantid, but they were black. And they had spiky things. They're spiky, like they were pretty spiky looking. Like, they looked like they had spiky things, and they were like quite very mantid, like very psychic, extremely psychic, but very weak, very sensitive, but very weak, because they don't have passion. And a human being has passion. So one human being can muster like psychic potential, probably like more than 10 of them. Does that make sense? Like your emotion makes you powerful. Your emotion is what gives a pregnant woman or a mother one hand to lift a car off of a baby, right? She's not going to do that without emotion. But when you're emotional, you can do just about anything, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, the ant people are definitely very different than the mantid people. But I've actually had an experience where I met the Great Mother Spider during a grandmother ceremony with ayahuasca, and she presented herself to me. But in the full disclosure movie, they talk about how pretty much every one of the races is at 5th density, according to Law of One, and that they can actually dematerialize and turn to light and do star travel as light, but they can fold space and go through portals so they don't have to travel the vast distances. But to refer to the dark matter that you were talking about, Nassim Haramein has actually discovered that there is a massive source of dark matter at what they think is the center of the universe from which the Big Bang began and expanded from. And they're starting to map the expansion and consider that to be the central point of expansion. And the fact that they've somehow attributed that place to having a massive amount of dark matter that exceeds the amount in other places. But I'm with you, Franklin. I really think that that's just another form of matter that's not in phase with the matter that we're familiar with, that our sensory apparatuses can detect through our senses. It's maybe in a different frequency that we don't see in our visual range. But in the new science of tetraionics, they consider that there's 2 forms of matter, and the ones that are triangles like this, we are able to see, whereas the other ones that are triangles like this, we don't see, and they never touch each other. They move right by each other, and they don't ever touch, and they can be simultaneously in the same place, but they never rub against each other, which would be a little bit different than antimatter, because if antimatter gets exposed to matter, it can be very explosive. But they're finding strange things in physics where they think that particles can just begin to exist out of nothing. They'll just show up out of nothing. And I started to wonder if maybe, I have a theory that matter and energy are actually bundled ether, which is now referred to as a vacuum of space, or the fabric that holds everything apart from each other to allow the volume of the cosmos to expand.
Quantum
And so
field.
this idea suggests that maybe what makes the ether bundle up would possibly be the heat of a star. And the heat of a star bundles up the ether and can make it into particles, which then unravel and expand and unwind and release layers in the electron shells that become energy as electrons in the source. And so there's gluons that hold it together, and there's muons that push it apart. So I would think that the gluons come from the heat, which to me is associated with love and light. And the muons are associated with coldness, which is associated with the lack of love and light. So I've written a lot about this on my blog site, which is you can find at vibetribescribe at .wordpress.com. And I write on there about these theories and stuff if you want to check out more. But I really feel like there's the dark matter would most likely have been something that preceded the stars, because in the current calculations of astronomy, theoretical astronomy, and the origins of the cosmos, they suggest that there was a time before stars had been coalesced from the amount of particles that had already developed from early on, but later on they coalesce into stars and then galaxies. So it would seem that the dark matter would have preceded this, and it's more fundamental to the cosmos, to having existed in the beginning. But it's all speculation, of course, and we're learning more all the time. But like Cosmic said, they're using a lot of this to basically account for anomalies of mathematical strangeness that they can't account for the masses of things. There seems to be a large mass that's unaccounted for by the stars and galaxies and nebulae, and planets. But there's also, that's kind of how they started to find these trans-Neptunian objects like Pluto and Eris and the various dwarf planets that exist beyond Neptune. They were looking to attribute to something that would account for the magnetic or the mass anomaly, that there seems to be something of great size in our solar system that's unaccounted for, and it's got a gravitational pull that we haven't accounted for yet. So they've been looking at these dwarf planets, and they think those aren't really big enough to account for it. And there might even be a binary star, which the Mesopotamians seem to refer to as Nibiru, and the Hopis refer to as Kachina. And according to the Hopi story, Kachina Red is the dwarf star that's enshrouded with a nebulous cloud. And Kachina Blue, where the blue star people are from, orbits around Kachina Red. So it might be outside of the nebulous region and be a visible blue star. I don't know. But it's all very fascinating to me. So what do we have here? I know, I think Franklin's pulling something up here for us to see.
Now, you mentioned muons, and I'm interested they use that for the Earth penetrating radar.
Yeah, it's fascinating, the muons. I actually channeled a poem while I was at the airport. I started to write a poem, and all I had was the title. And I just started to write, and I didn't have anything to write, so I did a mantra to Shiva and to Ganesha, and all of a sudden the words just started to flow. And these are words that even in my studies of astronomy, I was never able to learn what those words were in my studies. And so when I was using them after having channeled the information, I had to look them up. So it really made me feel like the words I was using were not my own. They were being given to me.
Yeah, man, brother. Yeah. So, you know, it's really interesting when we sort of brush up against these ideas and these concepts. And so getting into the thick of it, right? The importance of truth. And just to give you guys a preface into like the conversation, I was thinking we would look at the esoteric side of things, both on a personal spiritual nature, both looking at conspiracies and looking at propaganda and the government and how they have pulled it over our eyes. So it's like there's a threefold element on one hand, and then on another hand, another threefold element. Since we mentioned gluons, let's do gluons. Look like tetrahedrons, by the way, double tetrahedrons. There's 3 particles, and they're in a spin at the top, and there's 3 in the bottom, and they make up 2 hexagons, right? They make a hexagon with a lower spinning tetrahedron and an upper spinning tetrahedron, and they've got some interesting images of gluons, and they spin in different directions. And interesting thing about gluons is like when the it's got to do with being in phase. So they are responsible for the quantum entangling process. I think it's got to do with the alignment of those charges of the Merkaba charges, because a gluon looks like a Merkaba really, and it's like a triangular spinning cone with another triangular spinning cone, and they're spinning through each other in opposite directions in the same way that a Merkaba spins. So anyway, like that's interesting. But what I thought to also put into the mix as well, the importance of truth on a personal level, and how truth is important for us, for our spiritual grounding, and for our perspective in reality, and for our growth, and for our purpose in life, as well as the occult revelations, and how these occult revelations, and speaking of occult revelations, we're talking here about disclosure. Disclosure is a big part of the occult revelation that's rocking the world at the moment, is it not? And so, looking at these things in the way that we are, it's rather interesting, because I think as we start to sort of broach these topics more deeply, the occult revelations are also to do with personal transcendence of space-time and recognition and realization. Namaste, Hollowbone Hawk. Always lovely to see you there. And I'm so glad you guys got home nicely. And I hope your journey was lovely. And I hope your visit on the way was lovely. Sending you big love, my beautiful queen. Who else have we got in the chat here? She's Moonfeather. Peace and blessings. Oh, lovely to see Mooney here. And Vince, the 6th church is the door. Bush, the 6th church is the door. The 6th church, wormhole. Jacob's ladder. Jacob is a bird in my house. Out tuition. Big love, dear. Out tuition. How are you doing? Sending you big love and big blessings. There's quite a bit of noise in the background, Indy brother. Big love, Howard, Bernadine, everybody. Sending you all big blessings. And so these topics, I think, all enmesh and intertwine into each other, and sort of make a sort of mesh of possibilities. So I thought, to look at how this applies to us, the fact that we've been deceived. What is the spiritual take on this? What do you guys think about that as a concept? Like, we've been deceived left, right, and center for decades. Now they're playing with us, saying that the disclosure is coming every year for the last decade. And before that, for like decades, they told us there's no such thing as little green men, And so it's from one pole to the other. It's almost like you're being smacked from pillar to post to pillar to post. And your poor head is being banged this way and banged that way. Big love, dear Carly. Namaste. I hope you are well. And magnesium glycinate. Oh my gosh. I hope you watched the show that we did about some of the goods in the foods to get an idea of it. So what do you guys think about that? What are the effects on us spiritually by being pulled this way and that way by deceptive arguments from various different angles?
Yeah, I think it's made us like really kind of irked by the fact that we've been led along and kind of like following this carried on a string for so long. But there have been people that have come out to say things. The Prime Minister of Israel and the Minister of Defense of Israel and the Minister of Defense of Canada have both come out and offered disclosure of their involvement with UAPs and various ancestral races. Also, Obama actually came forth and said that he was told that there are extraterrestrials in a facility, but they said he wasn't able to see them. And so he was able to release that to the public after his presidency was over. but that was all he could say. So, but they're really dangling us along on that carrot and a string.
Yeah, when you mentioned the Israeli military people and the president, I'm like, that makes the hairs on my neck stand up and think that must be propaganda. And Obama, gosh, that man was a banker. He's a bloody banker, that man. And the word B and V is interchangeable. So banker, the German banker. What's a German banker? Well, he likes to go to the bank. He's a banker, I don't know like how I feel about Obama telling us that he was aware of ETs. How long ago was Obama in power? Was it like 1.5 decades ago? Now he's coming forward. It's almost like laughable, really, that they've been lying to us then. And so you almost wonder, for me, and I wonder what your thoughts are, Cosmic, as well. Like, why now? If they've been hiding the truth from us and lying to us as long as they have, why come and release the information? Now, I don't know if you're in the picture, Cosmic, or if Cosmic's in.
I think when it comes to the alien, we also have to take in mind religion, because in a lot of ways, some of these alien narratives are in conflict with a lot of older, religions like, Christianity and, older stuff like that. So there's an advantage like, no, because I remember like this Tucker Carlson guy, he was saying like he thinks the aliens are all demons. Like there's the other way. There's the Christians, they think the aliens are real, but they're all satanic and they're all evil and they're all out to get to you. And a lot of people are actually really terrified by the idea of aliens. And if you think about like movies from like the 1950s, it was all about just like UFOs blowing everybody up with ray guns and stuff. So people didn't really have like a welcoming attitude towards that. It's a lot of that's a big part of it. It's like, I think it's not just that people want to hide this information, but I think there's also people out there that don't want it to be true. It somehow it conflicts with whatever they believe in, and they want to cover it up for those kinds of reasons. Or it could also be that it's like it forces them to open their minds up to uncomfortable realities. Because when you think about the alien and you think about aliens in the universe, it's not just people coming from different planets on a starcraft. I mean, if you really think if that's all aliens were, I don't think most people would have the same level of intensity that we have like with this stuff, because there's a deeper implication to these aliens. It's not just there's people from other planets, but it changes the way we understand how reality works and what's possible and what consciousness is, and it opens up things like psychic phenomenon and those kind of like more supernatural abilities. So I don't know, it's a lot of things that these aliens are kind of like bursting people's bubbles now. Everybody kind of had this like paradigm of like what they believed in, and the aliens kind of serve a problem for that, because it's like a lot of ways like everybody had this like dome that they were living in, and that all the narrative was tightly controlled. But then the dome cracked, and like aliens kind of like waved their hand and said hello. They're like, we got to cover up that crack, because they're trying to. Because in a lot of ways, like I think the other reason that they cover up aliens is that I think aliens open up the idea that there are entities out there that are potentially smarter than us. There's a lot of people out there who think that like humans are the quintessential intelligent being in the universe. There's literally nothing more advanced, more intelligent. We are just the apex of all reality. And aliens existing shatters that and makes you realize like, oh, wait, maybe we don't know everything. Maybe we aren't the smartest beings in the universe. It brings a lot of doubt and uncertainty to a lot of people who, normally would have everything, explained for them. And really these aliens open up mystery. So it's not just that they're like covering up for nefarious reasons because they want to hide it, but I think there's also something about it's problematic for the elites, not just for their plan, but for their worldview and their own self-perception.
And it's interesting. I mean, just to go back to the beginning, I believe that when we speak of angels and demons, I think they are extraterrestrial. By definition, anything that isn't of this earth is extraterrestrial, whether they live in another dimension, whether they live outside of space-time. If they're not indigenous earth beings, in my definition of the word extraterrestrial. So I think when we're speaking about extraterrestrials, we are most definitely speaking about the divas, the devis, angels, demons, demigods, all of those beings. I think that they all belong into the extraterrestrial pocket as a broad. And by extraterrestrial, because extraterrestrial just means anything that's not from Earth. And then you get a more specific label within extraterrestrial, which is extra dimensional. But extra dimensional is also still an extraterrestrial. It's just a particular type of extraterrestrial. So I think extra dimensionals are indeed extraterrestrials. So I think like we've known about these beings out there for a long time. And we've written about them, and they've been used to scare humanity. And there's a lot of archaeology that relates to this information on the planet as well, which is interesting. And all over the world, you know, and very, very old archaeology. Here in South Africa, what are they called? Are they called Chiturgi? Just let me see. Chiturgi are Zulu beings, extraterrestrial origins. I think they called it Chiturgi. I'm just not sure about the pronunciation of that word. Chitauri. Sorry, Chitauri. So here in South Africa, where I live, there are indigenous myths, right? This is not from the internet. This is not from, they're called the Chitauri. And these are the Zulu people. And the Xhosas, what did the Xhosas call the Chitauri? Just to the people in my province, indigenous, well, they're not indigenous, but they're indigenous to Africa. What do the Xhosa people call, let me share this with you. Why not? Why not let me share it? Keep it all to myself. Be such a hog. Sorry, I'm hogging. The Xhosa people do not have a traditional term for Chitauri. This is because the Chitauri are not a particular part of the traditional Xhosa mythology, cosmology. Okay, so that's a Zulu. So it's the Zulu people. So the Zulu people. But the Xhosa people will have their own. Yes. The Xhosa people have the Tokalosh. Oh, that's interesting. What beings control Tokelosh in Xhosa folklore? And I wonder whether that would be, okay, so they're saying that the Tokalosh is controlled as, they're known as Healy. So the Tokalosh, the Izinyanga, okay, and the Amikwehe. No, Amakwele. So this word is Amakwele, and that is Izinyanga. So these are the people that live in my city. This is their folklore. And so they believe that there are these other beings that are also extraterrestrial, and that dark sorcerers can control and summon these beings, and they will possess people, and they will become like a familiar of the sorcerer, and they can bring all sorts of powers to the person who they are bound to. And the Sanghomas will come and do purification rites. They will use the traditional medicine called muti. Also, muti is also something from India as well. That's very interesting. So that's a cross-pollinated word there, which is indigenous here to our African languages. But yeah, we've got the Sanghomas here in Cape Town. And I mean, technically, I fall into that category with what I do, even though I've got different muti. They've got the muti of Africa. I've got the muti of the Himalayas. But it's much of a muchness. Muti is muti hoga. और कुछ नहीं मिलेगा होगा. Muti hai, sab kuch hai. Chilege hoga. So if you got muti, you got muti. Who cares what label it wears? But yeah, you know, these ideas of these beings are very ancient. And in Cape Town, where I live, a lot of African people will raise their beds very high off the ground. I used to giggle, man. Sometimes these people have these beds like really high off the ground, and I'm like, dude, what if you roll up the bed, dude? Because the tokalosh are quite small. And they believe that by raising their bed further from the ground, the tokalosh can't get to them. So they have to be in touch with the earth for the tokalosh to be able to attach itself to them. And people are genuinely scared of the tokalosh. And it's not some religious, like, you know, new age thing. It's very ancient medicine. So I think there's a lot of this lore out there, and we can go further, you know. We can look at the people of Congo. We can look at the people, the Dogon people. The Dogon people had star maps that first the anthropologists laughed at. And then our telescopes got upgraded and we were able to see the star charts from further away. And they realized these Dogon people, their maps were quite accurate. How were their maps so accurate if they didn't have telescopes? So there must have been ancient maps. And their story says that there were beings that came from the heavens to earth and they were instrumental in making us. In fact, the Dogon people tell the same story of the Sumerians. Basically, verbatim, the same story that we've heard from Sumeria is what the Dogon people tell. So it's very interesting. And all of this has been hidden from us. And it's been sort of systematically released. So they hid it from us for like 50 years, right? They knew about the Dogon people since the 50s and the 60s, but it was hidden from us. The Dogon people only started to become well known in the last 30 years, 25 years really. Before 25 years ago, the Dogon people were hardly known. So suddenly now they've pushed the Dogon people's knowledge. They've pushed the knowledge of the Zulus, knowledge of the different tribal, knowledge from South America. All of these things have been like heavily pushed. And so it makes me think that by them pushing this information, and I'm gonna put this out there for you guys to dance with, right? There are a lot of people that are being influenced by extraterrestrials. A lot of people. And we just don't even know the numbers, but I'm telling you there's a lot. I know a lot of people that have been influenced by them. And when I say that, I am including the jinn. I know so many people that have been attacked by jinn. It will blow your mind. Be surprised. It's the same story every single time. It's a dark shadow being that approaches them. They can literally feel the breath on their neck of the shadow being breathing on them, and they will push them onto the bed and try and suffocate them. Same story. And I've known a lot of people that have suffered this. For example, these are the jinn, and it's well documented in Arabic writings that this is something that happens. And then there's the lizard beings. I once had a run-in with the lizard beings trying to invade a circle, and they were 3 generals. Now, the lizard beings, by the way, they literally look lizard-like. Yeah. These are like typical archonic beings, right? But they're not the archons within, because within there's a structure of archons. These are beings that actually exist extra dimensionally, and they wear a suit. right? They wear like a suit. And depending on their rank, depends on what suit they get to wear. So if you got a really high rank, you get like a really, and the suit is augmented, right? It's a psychic augmenting suit. It augments their psychic powers. And they can travel here through dimensional space when they're wearing these suits. So when you see these lizard beings, you'll notice they're wearing all this fancy armor, right? That fancy armor is a suit. People just don't know this. And the higher their rank, you can tell by the suit that they're wearing. And when they're wearing like lots and lots, it's the same as it's like our generals, right? When you see a guy and he's got lots of things hanging on his shoulder and he's got stripes everywhere and he's got stars all over and he's got this thing there and that thing there and these stripes and that star and this thing with a hat with the star and the stripes and strap, you go like, gosh, this guy's like a general or a major or something, right? Because you can see it. It's literally on him. But with these guys, it's the same, right? Literally, you can see like, oh, this guy's decked out. He's decked out. And they have greater psychic powers. And when you're dealing with those very high-ranking lizard beings, they're very strong. And if there's more than one, they can influence their will collectively and use it as an instrument. And it's harder to maintain a wall of force to keep them out. So I've had dealings with all different ranks of these beings, even these guys, like very high ranks. And they'll come to you whenever you're getting close to a really transcendent experience. And they use fear. They try and use fear. And if you can go beyond fear, then they're screwed. They've only got one weapon. It's like, it's fear. That's it. Is that it? Is that what you got? Fear. Yeah, that's a bit of a wet blanket. But then you've got these other beings who've got much more subtle infrastructure. They don't use fear. They use your love of divinity to manipulate you. So, but then there's also the good beings that come here and they generally tend to give. So I do think that the angels and the demons are the extraterrestrials. So what do you think about that? Do you agree with that, Indy? Indy's having a conversation.
You know, I think what's interesting is kind of the Jungian take, and I'm pretty sure Indy will probably appreciate this too, that perhaps in a lot of ways, like our interpretation of aliens has something to do with our sort of our cultural milieu, right? So people saw these entities more as angelic beings because they were more of a spiritual, race of people. But as we kind of, Victorian era hit and people get into Western materialism, people really didn't believe in spiritual. So these entities needed a new way to sort of access us. And they figure, humans, they don't believe in spirits, but they can believe in, craft from another planet. So that'll work instead. So in a lot of ways, maybe they're just the same thing, reinterpreted through a different cultural lens. So in a lot of ways, we couldn't believe in angels. So we see them as physical aliens from another dimensions, because that's sort of what our world, our mythology, and our current mythological paradigm has taught us, and that's how they essentially manifest.
I think there's a lot to that, and I think it's true. In a profound way. But I do believe that these angels, I do believe that they use technology, right? And even in ancient times did. And I do believe that these beings that we're talking about as aliens are spiritual beings. So I think like both are true. And I think it does hold a heavy Jungian imprint, because Jung is going to basically, Jungian imprints are going to be in our unconscious. So everything that we can experience physically has a counterpart in our unconscious. Everything that we can experience on any plane of existence is effectively related to an archetype, because the fact that we can experience it physically means that there is a psychological archetype and they work like a polarity. And it's not like which came first, the chicken or the egg. I think it literally is the chicken and the egg. They came as a result of each other, right? And so anything that, if I look at this bottle, right, it's a physical bottle, but it's also, there's an archetypal reflection of this in my consciousness, right? And the archetypal reflection of this is like that container which holds water, right, but conducts electricity, copper water bottle. And so I think like in all things, it's going to be dual. And I do think that you're right that our cultural meshing, cultural re-identification is going to change the way we look at it. And you're completely right, But when you look at something like Ezekiel's vision, right? Ezekiel is describing something rather interesting. And you know what I remember when I've seen these beings? Okay, the only beings I've ever seen moving alone in the universe are these gigantic, beautiful beings that have perfect symmetry. I don't know if they have symmetry. I couldn't tell. They're just really beautiful, man. They're big, gigantic, like beautiful beings, right? Very beautiful. They're very big. They're very sophisticated, and they're sitting in like a throne. They travel all on their own.
Yeah, now that I think about this, there's an interesting kind of implication here, because if you think about how angels are basically depicted in the Bible, in the Bible, they're always talking about, bringing the kingdom of, heaven on earth. And that kind of sounds similar to, utopian aliens coming down and bringing technology. And if you think about both the scenario of God coming down and bringing a gold city to the earth, and aliens coming down and bringing technology, it's kind of a similar dynamic if you actually think about it. And I think that's one thing about angels, that they are kind of intrinsically, tied in with technology. I think even like angels are in a sense too, because angels, to me, I've been thinking about this more lately, just in terms of like, how they've been used sort of culturally. These are like beings that are essentially associated with like cities and towns, because cities are always about, creating like churches and aqueducts and all this like magnificent architecture to sort of invoke these entities, create these massive buildings and sculptures with all this like complex symmetry, and like, or even some of these like churches in Europe. I remember I went to Spain and saw the churches there with all these massive, like immaculate, like conceptions and stained glass windows and like, bas reliefs on like pillars and stuff. And you think about like, the DMT archetype and these aliens living in these like hyperdimensional palaces, you see that there's a corollary between these two concepts. So yeah, I would say that in a lot of ways, if you think about what angels are and what aliens are, there's some kind of intrinsic link between these things, because I'm starting to think about it more and more. And like, I remember, I don't know if there's this one occultist like was reading up on Enochian magic, and like this guy Poke Runyon, his experience working with the Enochian angels, he says the angels felt more like aliens to him. And maybe there's some truth to that. Like you think about like, some of the stuff, and you look at like Enoch and the Bible and like the book of Enoch and that Enochian language, for example, and just how utterly, strange and alien too. And all those, angel like symbols and stuff, if you look at them, it's like they're meant to evoke something otherworldly. And then you also tie into the fact that angels are associated with the heavens and the stars, and aliens are associated with the heavens and the stars. So maybe in a lot of ways, they're just kind of like the same being cosplaying with different suits.
I think this is it. I think like we're starting to brush up against something that seems to me to be really relevant. And then there's the idea of false mysticism, right? Our printing press, we talk about Enochian magic, right? We talk about Golden Dawn magic, right? We talk about all these systems. And what do we know about these systems, right? Well, what do we know? Well, we know that you weren't allowed to disclose the secrets of your order, right? This was universal in the West. Even in India, right? You don't disclose. And this goes back to like the very ancient, Hermetic writings. How important it is that you don't disclose. No one. The whole idea of Kabbalah was originally never written down so that the wrong people didn't get hold of the information. Pythagoras taught all of his mysticism, all of his mysteries. He taught it verbally only, and nobody was permitted to write down a word that he ever said. This is why there's no writings of Pythagoras. We have to go on secondhand other people who learned some of Pythagorean mysteries and wrote about it. But Pythagoras himself, these mysteries were hidden. So throughout all time and through all traditions, these mysteries have been kept under lock and key. Now, suddenly, in the last few centuries, these writers have been disclosing like the mother lode. There's something a little bit off about this. And I put Aleister Crowley in with that crowd. Like, he's the first person that I shoot down, if I'm honest. But if I'm going to be honest, we need to be fair. We need to keep enough bullets for everybody, right? He can't take all the fire. Like Aleister Crowley needs to take his medicine, but the others too. And so it seems like, suddenly all this information is being released. And I believe that that what happened was they realized that humanity was getting to a point where we were going to evolve and we were going to expand our consciousness, and the potential for humanity to recognize these symbolic spiritual truths was approaching. So what did they do? They released a lot of information that was real enough to be believed, true enough to be accepted, but false enough to be deceptive. And so all of these occult systems out there, right, have suddenly been propagated big time. And it's sort of like, if you realize that humanity is suddenly going to be able to learn to build really, really good houses, right? And you're like the person who owns like all the architecture, like you're the architecture guild. Yeah. The Guild of Architects. Let's just go down a metaphor lane. And tell me how you're going to go with this, Cosmic. I think it's an interesting concept. If you're the Guild of Architects and you realize that humanity is going to go through some kind of an evolution and everybody's going to be able to build their own house, what do? You quickly disclose all of your architectural files to the world immediately. But you make sure that there's something wrong with the files. You make sure that the knowledge that you've taught is they can build a house, but within 30 years, it's going to collapse because there's certain faults. And you teach the principles that are being taught on those architectural designs slightly skew, so that even if somebody reads all of the plans and studies all of the architecture, they're never going to be able to build a proper house because they've been given everything they need to build a house. There's just a few very key, very important twisted pieces of information in there. And what will happen is people will be building their own houses and their houses will be failing. And what will they be forced to do? They have to turn back to us, Architects Guild. During which time the Architects Guild dissolves. But we rebrand ourselves and we become a different guild, right? We're no longer the Architects Guild. We're now the Home Improvement Guild. So you build your own home and you call us the Home Improvement Guild because you don't need an Architects Guild anymore. You've all got it. But we've wired into the system that now you're going to need us regularly to come and do lots of repairs. We're going to make more money out of your building than we ever did as the Architects Guild because we have tricked you all into building your houses badly. And you can't blame us. You need to call us every 3 years to come and adjust your home or it's going to fall down. And it's like a constant milking of a financial teat and a teat of control over you and your homes. How's that for a metaphor? How does that sit with you, Cosmic?
Like basically they kind of have all the materials to sort of like plan how to build the UFO, but the plans are sort of botched so they can't actually successfully build it. That makes sense as a metaphor.
But I'm speaking about the occult.
Right, yeah.
Like the Kabbalah.
Mm-hmm.
Gnostic practices, all the stuff that's been written about in the last few centuries.
Right.
Suddenly all these printing presses went wild writing all this occult knowledge out there. And I think that there is genuine occult knowledge in these texts, but they need to be decoded because they've been coded in such a way that they're defunct. And only when you can actually fully decode them, but they look, it's wired into the system that there's false decodes available. You think you've decoded it, but you haven't, because they've put in another loophole. You think you've figured out the problem with the foundation, but they've got something else, stress-bearing pillars. You think you figured out the stress-bearing, but they've got a whole lot of bits and pieces there that will screw your house up.
Franklin,
if that makes sense.
Everything you just described is why I started my own system, because I got sick and tired of like, this is real, this isn't real, this guy is fake, no, he's like he molested women, no, he didn't molest women, that was propaganda, and this endless back and forth of like whether the guy is legit or the guru is legit or not. And I'm just like, I just want to figure this out for myself. Like, I just want to understand things on my own terms instead of like, oh, I gotta trust, this guy with the magic hat, and he's gonna tell me like what the universe is, and just like, no, it's like there's because then you'll believe that guy, and they'll say, oh, did you know that the guy with the magic hat did this to children? And you're like, no, now all those beliefs don't make sense anymore, and you got to come up with a new system. It's just endless back and forth, man. And I think when you brought up Crowley earlier, and just I'm thinking like looking at it from like a historical like perspective, it's almost like even if Crowley didn't exist, someone like him would have filled that gap anyway. Like he's sort of like this amalgamation of, in a lot of ways, because you think about the 20th century and sort of like, we already kind of dealt with the sort of the Nietzschean death of God in the 1800s. So in a lot of ways, people were looking for a new aeon, a new sort of spirituality, because in a lot of ways, Christianity, like, it has its influence in our society, but I don't think it has the same influence as it did like in the medieval times, like before the Renaissance, where it really had, reigns and control. So it wasn't really at the top of the pyramid, anymore. So there was kind of a vacancy up there. And, Crowley was just kind of basically the first sperm to essentially hit the egg, but there was a bunch of other sperms willing to hit that egg and willing to become the next Messiah or whatever. So in a lot of ways, that Nietzschean death of God did leave a kind of a spiritual power vacuum that I think a lot of the elites of the world say, oh, this is a good idea to take advantage of that. So it's like if it wasn't going to be Crowley, there was going to be some other weirdo curmudgeon-y guy that was going to start some kind of movement or cult. It just seems like inevitable because like I said, there was a kind of a spiritual power vacuum. Like in the same way, if you take a country and you kill its dictator, you kill its ruler, usually there'll be a revolution. Some other person is going to vie and take control of that space. Well, I think from a spiritual and occult perspective, that same principle, reigns true. And so I think that's kind of what essentially Crowley represents, as somebody trying to fill that power vacuum that happened after that Nietzschean death of God, if you will.
I think there's a lot there, and I think there's something to that. And I agree with you. There's a lot of contrasting information out there. And I think, the whole Nietzschean death of God story I think it's quite finger to the pulse of what we're talking about here. I think science, like we're always talking about seance, like science isn't science anymore, right? Science has become a religion. We're always saying this, right? Everybody comes here, knows this, understands it, appreciates it. The religion of science, seance. And so I think religion has just transformed itself in the same way that our perspective of what angels and demons have transformed itself into extraterrestrials. The idea of religion has just transformed itself into religion. And so, the idea of religion has transformed itself into the idea of science. And so you have all these materialism, scientism, which is exactly what, what was the church selling let's just look at what the church was selling, right? The church, as we knew it, was selling this. There is only one way to get into heaven, and that is by this bloke. And you must let this bloke who has a physical body into your heart, and he's going to take you there. That's it. So you need to believe, all you need to believe is that this bloke came to earth to clean away your sins. That's all you got to believe. And once you believe that, you need to accept and acknowledge that God has placed these priests here to administrate this bloke's work, right? And you just make sure you give the priests their 10% of everything you earn, taxation, and you do what they're told. You do what you're told, right? Make sure you go there for your weekly dose of propaganda and programming, and make sure you do what everybody else does, right? Isn't that what science is?
I think I want to say one more follow-up to what I was saying before, because I think that in a lot of ways I was talking about the death of God, but I think that is part of the deception right there. I'm thinking to myself, this sort of God of Western civilization, it never really actually died, because in a lot of ways you still see its fingertips and its presence behind the shadows still kind of controlling society, but it just doesn't call itself God anymore. It's no longer the, bearded man, up in the sky. Basically, what it really happened is that God essentially like faked his death and put on a lab coat instead. And now that's what we're really dealing with. And we think, oh, no, God's not dead. It's like he's in disguise. And if anything, that's the real psyop here.
In the old days, God was explained, or the mysteries of the divine were explained as a sexual act, right? And we've replaced the sexual act of gods and goddesses, or Shiva and Shakti, right, for the Big Bang. Only nobody even took part in the Big Bang. What kind of a bang is it if nobody even took part in it? Do you know what I mean? Like, you've got to giggle at the way they've put these words out there, right? Because they're a bunch of gangbangers, and I do think like this gangbanging idea of the scientists in the lab coat are portraying God. Only these days, God is an equation. Would that be a good way of putting it, Cosmic? God became an equation.
Yeah, you're kind of right about that, because in a lot of ways, but I think at the end of the day, God kind of always was an equation. Like, if you really understand like the origins of science, you go back like further, like into the Renaissance, and even if you look at Christians and how, and you when I listen to people who are on the right wing and are having more of the Christian spiritual perspective, like, if you didn't know these people were Christians, when they're talking about science, you would assume they're atheists, because they have that same logical, objective framework. I mean, it's kind of like how, like, Christ is associated with the logos meaning logic, ergo God is logic. So I think in a lot of ways, I think God is more mystical than it was before. I think back in the Dark Ages and medieval time, there was a much more literal kind of God. But I think in a lot of ways, I think that the demiurge just kind of taken notes from the Hindu mystics and the Hermeticists and kind of realized that there's a power in abstraction. Because I think if you think about the difference between sort of like the gods of the East and the gods of the West, if you think about like, the God of the Bible, or whatever, God has very specific parameters. He's this being, and he decrees this thing. Whereas I think in Eastern mysticism, God is a lot more abstract. It's like there's all these like avatars that it expresses itself with, and each avatar is kind of the thing, but it's not quite the thing. And it's much more difficult to disprove or dilute, because it is so elusive and flexible and multifaceted like that. And so in a lot of ways, the demiurge is like, if I want to keep up with the modern kids, I got to be a little bit more abstract and nonsensical myself. The kids, they're not going to fall for this, old man in the sky anymore. I got to be, I got to appeal to the scientific people. I got to appeal to the, the kids at the coffee shop or whatever, reading Scientific American, and I got to be all logical and abstract and, as a, but in a lot of ways though, Judeo-Christianity kind of always was that. And if you look at a lot of their stuff about, things needing to, the whole idea of faith and, other religions being wrong and evil, that ties into the very philosophical concept of objective truth. They're the ones who kind of started the whole idea that something has to be objectively true because there is one objective God and he's one objective reality to it, and none of the other religions have to be true. There's only one truth. And that idea started from religion, but it mutated over into the scientific paradigm that we're actually seeing today. So really, in a lot of ways, scientific materialism and Christian biblical whatever, if you really kind of like look at it from like a zoomed out perspective, you kind of start to see, wait a minute, this is the same entity. This is the exact same thing, just expressing itself through different, eras of time and sort of evolving and changing. But it's all the same serpent, it's just a serpent that's kind of wheeling itself throughout the ages. Like there's a part of the serpent's tail in the 1800s, and there's a part of the serpent tail in the 1700s, and the part of the tail in the 20th century and the 21st century. And each part of the tail, it's like a multicolored snake, right? And every century, the snake changes a different color. And that's how it read. But you start to realize, like, and the deception is making you think, oh, these are different snakes. There's a red snake. There's in the present. There's a blue snake in the past. There's a green snake. But then you start to realize, hey, wait a minute. This is all the exact same snake. It's actually a multicolored snake. And that's kind of how I think of like scientific materialism and, Christian, like biblical stuff now, that they're essentially like just, the same belief system, but expressed through different epochs of time and through different mythological lens, but ultimately kind of the same thing. And so if you understand it from that perspective, you actually start to see the sort of the mystical and occult roots of science. That's actually probably another good topic for a roundtable, the mystical roots of science, like where all that stuff actually came from. So I think that would be an interesting insight.
Yeah, some of that comes from Rene Descartes, and the Queen asked him to see what we can know with certainty, and he went and did the meditations, the first meditations, and what he was able to know was that there could be an evil deceiver.
He's so horny.
That I'm doing a show. Hold on a minute. The evil deceiver could be deceiving us all and leading us to be in the illusion or a simulation. So when he went back to talk to the Queen about this, she said, go back and see what you can know if we have the foundation that we know with certainty that there is a God that is good. And so when he went and did that, he found that he discovered that we have the seat of the soul through which we can speak to the divine in the pineal gland. And so this is where a lot of the roots of modern science come from. But there's also things that happened with Aristotle, where he started to develop like a science-like method. But of course, it goes beyond all this, and like possibly to the Greek philosopher that decided that there's like the atom is the foundation. I think they had a different word for it, like the particle that is the most fundamental particle that all things are built from, which later was referred to as the monad by Leibniz and Spinoza in philosophy of, I think, possibly either the Renaissance period or the classical period after that, but before the modern times. And there's, of course, like things that go back further than that, but we have, people like Enki, who is the god of magic and wisdom. So also it connects with Hermes and alchemy, where alchemy was developed as a science with 7 principles to explain our existence and the different aspects of it, starting with mentalism, that source mind is the creator of the physical world. And I think that would be probably one of the earliest ones that becomes scientific and spiritual.
Yeah, I think there's definitely these old concepts are definitely buried in our ancient roots. And the same ideas seem to be propagated everywhere around the world, just in different names and different, different boxes, like the Vedic system, the 7 chakras and the 7 principles, and it's all really the same if you look at it. It's not really that different. So there's something universal in this that we can appreciate when it comes to all of these different practices. But like even the Vedic knowledge has been polluted. I'll give you an example. I was speaking to my girlfriend about this today. Yeah, my beautiful, lovely, gifted, special girlfriend. Oh, anyway, I'll be seeing her tomorrow. I got to concentrate. Got to keep my focus on the game here. If I start thinking about my girlfriend, I'll forget about what I'm doing. But yeah, we were talking about this, and I was explaining to her about fakir, right? And the roots of fakir, what fakir were, right? Was it today? No, it was last night. We were talking about this conversation. I forget. We were talking about fakir last. I think I mentioned it today because we were talking about it last night because it somehow came up. And the fakir relates to an old concept, Sufism, which is like divine sages that walk the earth. It could be translated to someone who has taken a vow of poverty and they are living in a state of like hermits, and they travel the world seeking only spiritual wisdom, sharing only spiritual wisdom, fakir. And I was explaining to her how I was really lucky with the people I met in India. And one of the people that always stands out for me was who I call the Fakir Baba. And he was a family man. He didn't live in a cave. I met a lot of people who lived in caves and lived on top of mountains and lived like secluded ashrams and lived in the jungles. I met people who walked around wearing nothing with glingling, clangling, dinglings like hanging from their balls. I met all sorts of people, man. Crazies. I met crazies too. I met really devout people. This guy lived with his family, but he had a lineage that was unbroken and went back more than 1,000 years, which was in the family, keep it in the family, when the dad and the daughter become the mother and the father and the children. No, not that kind of keep it in the family. Different kind of keep it in the family. Keep it in the family where the father becomes the teacher of the son, teaching all the sacred wisdom and knowledge that his father taught him, as his father had been taught by his father before him, as his father had been taught by his father before, as his father, as his father, as his father. And it went back 1,000 years. Some skipped from father straight between grandfather and grandson. But always one person in the family would select one person in the family that had the psychic natural aptitude, the spiritual insight potential, and the disciplined character necessary to carry that, embody that law of knowledge. And the unbroken chain went back more than 1,000 years. Right? Now, this guy and myself had a very special relationship, and very honored to say I was the only person who got to be with him in his Holy of Holies when he did his puja. The only person. He literally had his own big temple in his home, which would lock up. It was a lockable temple. Nobody came near it. And when I sat down with this man and went into a trance while he started doing his work, the first thing I noticed was his Sanskrit doesn't sound like any Sanskrit I've ever heard anybody chanting. All the Sanskrit I'd heard from all the so-called gurus, from all the people, didn't sound like his Sanskrit. There was something very different about the way that he chants his Sanskrit. And the next thing I noticed was the subatomic frequencies in the field that was generated by the way that he chanted it. So instead of saying like they will teach you. It's more like om. You notice all those subharmonic frequencies? Big difference. This guy chanted on various different fields of frequencies. And when he chanted, there were beings, there were spiritual beings coming around us in a circle. The ancestors were present, and I was like, wow, this is Sanskrit like I've never seen or heard it chanted before. And this guy is wielding real power. So that was a wake-up call for me. All those so-called gurus in India going om, 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 exoteric mumbo-jumbo nonsense of people that have been brainwashed. Even within the Vedic knowledge schools, even there is this deception of the truth. And you have to go to somebody who really appreciates it to be able to really touch it. Like spending time with this man, we were very close. I used to, he always wanted me to come and spend time at his home with his family. He had such lovely family, lovely kids, adoring wife. He was really a beautiful hearted man. He was always helping the village. And so I would often come and spend time with him, and he loved having me there because he loved the Shakti that I brought, because like when I was there, I'd be up at like 3 o'clock in the morning meditating in his temple. And he loved having my presence in his temple because like there are not many people who sit and meditate for like 4 or 5 hours at a time in India. I know this is a big thing for you guys to digest, but it's rare. It's rare to find someone who meditates for 8 to 10 hours a day in India. You would think that this is common, wouldn't you? You would think that there's a lot of these gurus who have this experience, but most of the gurus that I met, I was like, yeah, how much experience? What have you got, like 1,000 hours of meditation experience? Really? You a guru? Like, really? And this was a pattern that I noticed, especially with the gurus that were servicing Westerners. So I had to go to non-Western places where I got there and they're like, you can't come in because you're white. I was like, okay, I'm at the right place. Good. You know, if I'm not allowed in because I'm white, this is where I want to be. Because they're not looking for white people to come and like carry their fame into the world and write books and prints and all of that. And so when I found those places, I would set up shop at the gate. I wouldn't leave the gate, and I'd meditate like, 10, 12 hours a day, every day by the gate for a month or sometimes less. Different ashrams, different times. The one Guruji, I had to do it for like 30, 40 days. It's almost like 40 days I had to sit by his gate. But after my 400 hours of meditation, I was allowed into the ashram. He made me work for it. But this is something which is very rare these days. And you can travel in India, you can meet a lot of people. You can go to a lot of places where there's all these powerful people, and you'll be surprised in they are very exoterically trained. In fact, the Brahmin control this knowledge. Now, there's a whole story with the Brahmin in India. I mean, I don't want to get lost in it, but I will tell you this. There have been numerous times in my life that I have condemned the Brahmin of particular villages, of particular towns. I will stand up on a bloody podium and I will condemn them. This is what I used to do. I was like a nutcracker prince. But when I saw the Brahmin using, you see, they've got elevated position in a town because of their race, right? Brahmin, elevated rank. And so they have the power to change things for the better, right? But they would maintain the status quo where certain people would be pushed down and the poor would be kept pushed down with nothing. And they would actually be part of exploiting the poor people in their villages. And I would come in there and I'd just look at this and I'd be like, this is bang out of order. I understand that you think that you're a low caste and that you don't deserve anything, but these Brahmin are supposed to be protecting all of you, not just the other Brahmin. And the Brahmin would always protect the other Brahmin that they would boister themselves and make more money. So the Brahmin always controlled a lot of the money in the village. And I thought, like, this is bang out of order. all the profitable businesses. If you were the wrong caste and you were trying to open a business in that town and village, the other Brahmin would make sure that you fail in your business so that they can keep control over what caste gets to open businesses. You understand what I'm talking about? It's organized racism. And when I recognized this, I would stand up to it and I would call these people out. And I would condemn them in the open, like, you know, and I'd get a pedestal and I'd start preaching. Preaching about how these people are like corrupted. You people looking up to these Brahmin, they can't even chant Sanskrit properly, and they got all this exoteric nonsense, and they're practicing all this weird stuff that they're not really doing their jobs. If they're real Brahmin, they should be actually trying to bring about a sense of equality to the village. They should be thinking about that poor woman who's suffering from malnutrition with her child instead of lining that bugger's pockets, because that bugger gives this Brahmin priest a lot of money. So this Brahmin priest is going to make sure that that family bolsters and does good with business. You see? And if the Brahmin doesn't give his blessings to the business won't succeed, because no one will go to the business because it didn't get the Brahmin's blessings. Do you see how they would control their blessings and use them for financial games? Oh, it used to make me so angry. And I would witness this in a lot of places. I lived in India for a long time, and I had people trying to end my life. I was explaining to my girlfriend how I was shocked when they knew me 1,000 kilometers away. People try to set me on fire. People did set me on fire. People try to end my life in various different ways, right? People came and put sickles to my throat. And I would say, do it. I'll call down the wraths of heaven. Do it. And they would get scared. People tried to do physical things against me and my ex-wife, who was there with me at the time. Literally to the point where they staged dropping big boulders on our heads. And this was the same village where they tried to set me on fire, where I'd condemned the Brahmin. And I'd condemned two of the people that had been instrumental in ending the life of a husband, a wife, and 2 children, because I'd seen it in the fire. I'd had a vision. And I'd started asking questions in the village, and everybody went all stum, quiet on me. And I found one man, and I said to him, listen, I've seen this in the fire. I've seen this woman, I've seen this man, and I've seen that person and that person do things to them. Now, I need someone to show me where this house is. I want to go to the place, and I want to feel the rocks with my hands. I want to see what I've seen in my vision. And they took me. I found one young guy who said, I'll take you, but don't tell anyone. I don't want to leave the village with you. I will meet you a kilometer away from the village. Right? We will go secretly, but you can't tell anyone I took you there. So he took me to the ruin of this house. And when I got there, I recognized everything from my vision. And then I knew without a doubt that what I saw in the fire was the truth. And I came back and I condemned those 2 men. And then I saw so much more. I saw what the Brahmin priests had been doing. I saw what had been happening in that village, and I condemned the Brahmin priests. I condemned them for being so-called practitioners of godliness in this place. But you guys are fake. You guys have no authenticity in you. Your so-called Brahmanism is just a label that you wear to make money and to bolster your position in society. You are not Brahmin. Brahmin is something more. Brahmin is somebody who carries the fire of desire towards divinity in their hearts, and they want to reflect that outwards. And so I condemned the Brahmin. I condemned a lot of people in this village. And the Brahmin had instigated someone to set me on fire doing a Navratri festival. And he did. He came and dropped a whole big fire on top of me. And my hair caught fire. My clothes burnt off of my body, and I just sat. I was sitting in the lotus posture. I'd been in meditation for a few hours by that stage, 3 or 4 hours already. I was already in a trance, and I just felt the fire burning all over me, and I just sat. And then I wasn't burnt. And everybody started getting very wary. Then suddenly I had darshan coming from like 10, 20, 30 kilometers around, because the word had spread that there was this white sadhu there, and they set him on fire, and he just sat in dhyana and he wasn't phased by the fire. And afterwards, there was no burning anywhere on him, but they had dropped a massive fire. You have these huge metal drums that you can make a fire in. And they built a huge fire in this metal drum, like a big fire, and just turned it over and dumped it on top of me, burning. And it's like, basically, it burnt all my clothes off of me. It burnt everything. But I wasn't touched by the fire. So then I got like really well known with that. And after that, I saw more. I kept seeing more. And I saw so much, I couldn't bear it anymore. I had to get away from this place because I was like, these people are corrupt. These Brahmins know. I saw that Brahmin old man had known about that these two had done what they had done. They had done bad things to that woman sexually in front of her husband and children before they put them in the house and burnt them all. And everybody in the village knew about it. And the one man who had dared to try and talk out about it, they had actually had him sectioned. They had had him put into an asylum and put on medication because he was a true man of the spirit. And he was the only one that had the courage to take me to that place. But he didn't want them to see because he didn't want to get involved. He had already tried to speak out about this like 5 to 8 years ago because it had happened almost a decade prior. And when he was like a teenager, and he was the only person who knew what had happened, and he tried to speak out and they silenced him, but he refused to speak out because he felt that it was his duty, that people had been harmed. And they got him out of the village, got rid of him. And he had come back after some time, and he had issues of his own. But because he'd been in a place where they'd pumped him full of drugs for so long, right? With really crazy people, right? Like proper crazy people. So anyway, when I was leaving this town, they were scared that I was going to tell their secrets to the other places where I went because I was now really well known. While I was in this town, I was getting darshan. I must have had like 500 to 1,000 people come from all over the Himalayas to walk to me, to come and sit in my presence and get darshan while I stare into the fire and tell them what the guides were showing me. I was in shamanic trance all day long. I was meditating 10, 12, maybe that time, 14, 15, 16 hours a day. I was really meditating all the time. And when we were leaving, the two guys that had done the deed to the family hid behind a big rock outcropping that we were walking under on the path, because the path led past this rock. And as soon as we walked, something inside of me stopped me. And I looked up and I saw them both with big rocks, about to drop big rocks, big rocks on top of us. And I had a staff where I had carved 108 sacred names into the staff, and I used to chant these names into that staff and empower the staff regularly. It was like think of it as a cell, a battery, right? A battery charger, battery charger. And I instinctively reached for a sacred name and released the power of the staff to try to channel through me, and I knocked these two guys backwards. And they fell backwards off of the rock, with the rocks rolled over. And they rolled backwards, and there was like grass playing behind this rock. And they started crawling in the fields like little children, smiling. They looked like they were having a DMT trip or like an ecstasy trip or something, right? They were like out of their minds. They looked like they'd suddenly been hit by like 10 MDMAs or something. And they were crawling like little children, smiling, looking at flowers like on the floor, you know? And there was like, what do you call those flowers? Those little yellow daisies and another one. And there was like lots of flowers in the field. And I turned around to the whole village, and they were all standing there, and they were afraid because a lot of the people that were guilty had come out to watch. This was like a ritual that they were doing where we were going to have our lives ended and they were going to get rid of our bodies. Right? And then I condemned them all. I said, I condemn you all. You all saw him on the rock, and none of you warned us. None of you warned us, but don't worry. Shiva warned me. And now I will give you all the blessings of Shiva. as per your deed, so shall you receive. And we wiped our feet and left that village. But, so I got well known throughout the whole Himalayas for stuff that happened in that village and other villages. Like stuff that you, like it's like a movie. If I tell it, it sounds like a movie. It sounds so far-fetched, you can't believe it. But these kind of things happened. And when I was on the other side, like 1,000 kilometers across in the Himalayas, people recognized me. They were like, "You're that Baba. You're the Bholenath Baba from that side, Uttarkashi, by those villages." I was like, "Yeah." They said, "You're the Bholenath Baba." Everybody called me the Bholenath Baba. That was just what they called me. I never called myself that, but everybody called me the Bholenath Baba because I was always chanting Bholenath, Bholenath, Bholenath in my reverie when I was chanting. And so they just called me Bholenath Baba because I had a Bole is the root for the word to sing, and it's the root for the word of speech. And Nath is that the Nath is the axis of power through which the word manifests. Bholenath, a very ancient name of Shiva. So what I noticed then was that those Brahmins were fake. And as I traveled, I noticed this phenomenon everywhere else. And I noticed even the Brahmins that were in the towns where I went, they would come and do these exoteric chants. But once I had been awoken by the Fakir Baba, I could never see that in the same way again. There was something about the way that he chanted. There was something about the way that he wielded the Vedic lore and the knowledge, that there was presence and power around him when he chanted. I could see it in the astral. I could see the etheric beings dancing around us. So even in India, sorry, this has been such a long rant. Even in India, there's this deception of occult law, or actually mystical law. There's this mystical deception. And this is why we've got all this nonsense about yoga and nonsense about the chakra system and nonsense, which is pervading us in the New Age movement, because there are so many fake Vedic gurus out there that have ashrams. It's mind-blowing. Sorry, guys, I've gone on and on. Well, what do you guys think?
Great story. That's incredible. I'm surprised you hadn't told that before. It's quite a tale. I love it. But it reminds me of the story of Sanyev. This somewhat of a parallel story. Sanyev was studying under the secret teachings of the mystery school of Agartha. And Agartha being the subterranean civilization of the gods under the Himalayas. He was from France, and his name is Saint Yves, if you pronounce the words in English, but it's pronounced Sanyev in French. They brought him high up in the teachings, but he was skeptical that there could be another civilization that could be higher than the European civilization technologically. So they told him that his arrogance was too strong, that he was not able to accept that this is our ancestral race, that they're highly advanced breakaway civilization. And he got cut off. They kicked him out of their school. They said he could no longer study under them. And, because they see the white people, the Europeans, as usually somewhat ignorant as far as being willing to accept that there's people that are more advanced than them spiritually, which they are in India, and more advanced than them technologically, which they are in Agartha. So there's a lot of good information that Sanyev was able to write in his books about those teachings, but he was never allowed to go visit Agartha. And that it brought that to mind, that story for me, which was surprising. And he wasn't the only one, but there was other people that were actually able to go into that civilization. A troop of explorers with a man named, I believe it was Eric Rorick, went to the Himalayas with, I think they had about a month worth of supplies, and they disappeared for, I think, at least 6 months or maybe a year. And they came back and they were perfectly fine and seemed well fed. So it was thought that they had someone take them in to be able to provide for them.
Is this the right one, by the way, on the screen? I don't know if you can see it.
Look. Oh no, it's YVES, Sanyeves. Yeah, that one looks cool though. Christian martyr. But Sanyev, there was actually a documentary on YouTube that was taken down. It was very much of a whistleblowing situation of the underground civilizations. And he was actually taught about them and their wisdom. And he was taught that there are three gods of the underworld, and that the three gods, one is the knower of future events, one knows the purpose of the future events, and the other one is the king of the world. And the king of the world is named Brahitma. And Brahitma, Mahitma, and then the other one, I can't think of the name. But it's said that they are aware of, in the Agarthian mystery school with Sanyev, we'll bring it up to distinguish him from Sanyev Day, whatever that was. I think that's a different figure. But his studies were mind-blowing to me when I learned about this stuff. And it said that just like the story of the Watchers by Freddie Silva, and the Full Disclosure, where they refer to the white brothers of the Blue Star people being the Watchers, it suggests that these ancestral races watch over us and protect us from ourselves, particularly stopping like nuclear holocaust from happening in the past recently, but also helping us through the Lachamps event like 40,000 years ago and other times as well. But it's thought that they were the gods of ancient time, the pantheon of the gods, which is mentioned in the Hebrew lore. In the Hebrew scripture, they talk about various other gods that are part of the pantheon. They've chosen to worship the one God, Jehovah or Yahweh, or the Tetragrammaton God. In 600 BC, Isaiah translated all of the other different names of the gods, like El Shaddai and El Elyon, and the several other gods that there were, and Asherah, the Queen of Heaven, and the other goddess Jezebel were demonized. But the other gods had their names translated out and put into all being Yahweh only. But this kind of religion is known as henotheistic instead of monotheistic, because there's a whole pantheon that's acknowledged, but they've chosen to only worship one of them. So the various gods of the underworld were thought to have lived on the surface with us until the Great Deluge, and at which point they started to develop an underground civilization. But then they were here with us in our presence and taught us and created us. And then after Marduk, who was later known as Amun-Ra in Egypt, and then Molech and Baal and Yahweh, he was given 50 names after he slaughtered his great-grandmother Tiamat, who was known as Leviathan in the Bible. And after she was slain, the gods and the goddesses returned to the underworld and exiled Marduk and his legions, being humanity, who warred against the gods with him as his soldiers and troops and warriors. But it was found that the people at that point became plagued with diseases, and they suffered from all kinds of maladies, and were very savage. So there was a prophecy that was developed by the Kabbalah. The Kabbalists developed a prophecy that this society will only last so long until they reach the utmost intensity of egoism, at which point it will fall, and the gods and the Watchers will return to the surface to guide us, possibly bringing us back to the underworld and opening the gates. So this is kind of all spiraled out from my learning about the teachings of Sanyev with the Agarthian Mystery School, which has been pretty well covered up on the internet, although there was at one point a full documentary that was available. Luckily, I took screenshots of all of the slides from that show, and so I have all of this information at my fingertips to this day. But unfortunately, it's not available on YouTube as far as I know, and I've always tried to look back to see if somebody snuck it back in. But Sanyev has a lot of books that are available in libraries if you want to look into this and learn more about it. So it's quite fascinating. So I've been on the show for about 2 hours, and I think I'm going to head out and go back to the Alien Festival, try to gather some more intel about these visitors that we have here, and I shall see you all next week and fill you in on some more 411, guys. But it's been really good being here today for a couple hours.
May the force be with you.
All right, man, it's been cool. Show some
May the
cool alien
force be
shit
with you.
later.
Big love. Enjoy it, brother.
Thanks. Big love to y'all, and
Om
thanks to
Shanti.
everybody in the comments. Appreciate everybody. Thanks to you,
Big
Franklin.
love.
Thanks to
And to you, brother. Always an honor having you here.
Yeah, man.
Take it easy. Keep smiling and carry the spirit, man.
Fun.
You. Arrivederci.
Om Shanti. Om Namo Narayana. Har Har Mahadevaya. Bam Bholenath Sabka Sat. Shiva Shankar. Shakti. 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 Om Shanti. So, dear brother Cosmic, what do you think about this Agartha story and the inner earth? What are your perceptions there? Now, I think there's, personally, I'll just say, I think there's psyops on both ends of the spectrum. Right? That's how my brain works. I think there's psyops in some of the ideas we're going to get given about it. And I think there's psyops that a lot of these ideas have been hidden from us. And so I don't think we have a complete understanding of how this works. But the idea that one can access other worlds somehow by traveling through the earth. What do you think about that?
I haven't really thought much about, the inner earth. I don't know. I guess it's never really interested. But I think there is something kind of like, if we consider what a lot of these these narratives about like people living underground and coming from ancient civilizations, thinking like that lost world story where there's like an entire like dinosaur jungle that lives at the center of the earth. But it kind of like, it's basically sort of like a subconscious expression of the fact that like the earth, the planet itself, is a kind of organism that we sort of, grew out of like, roots or flowers or whatever. And that there's a sense that I think what it's trying to talk about is sort of that consciousness that exists within the planet itself. And that these kind of, these narratives about cities and civilizations is kind of our way to sort of like understand that, because it is kind of like, the idea of a planet being conscious, it's very alien to us. So we have to come up with these narratives and myths as a way to make it more tangible for our senses to understand. But as for like thinking about like, I don't know, like history and what the world is, it's always kind of slippery. And I never really settle on really one narrative about really anything.
Something you said earlier that I meant to respond to, but I never really got around to responding to, is when you spoke about the Big Bang. And, to me, there isn't ever, only ever was, and shall be one Big Bang. And that Big Bang is when two lovers collide, right? And that collision is a naked collision. That's the only Big Bang I've ever considered as possible. But when I think about the world, I think about the world as being alive. They want to give us a mechanical reason for why the galaxy is expanding. I'm like, what if it's alive and it's just growing? What do you think, Cosmic?
Well, I think that actually kind of makes a lot of sense too, because Terence McKenna, he had a talk about this one of his lectures. It was like the Eros and the Eschaton was this thing. He was talking about how with entropy, scientists always talk about how the universe is going to fall into entropy. The Big Bang happened and everything is going to dissipate. But he's kind of talking about, it's like, well, they didn't really put biology into that equation. And it's kind of weird that in science that we treat biology as if it's this completely separate phenomenon from physical matter. And yet when you just try to say, oh, it has a soul or some agency, and you say, no, it's the same thing as matter. And so, I don't know, it's just really like confusing like that. It's like all this narrative that they always go back and forth.
When the scientists say that the universe will go into entropy, I say, no, the universe will get old. Right?
Yeah. And I think what's also interesting is that it's almost like the universe kind of it goes into the whole Zarfex theory that the Fae have been talking about, because it's like the idea is that the universe is expanding like a bubble. And then if you think about it, that bubble has a membrane. And the whole idea is that when you discover a new membrane at the edge of a reality or universe, that's where you discover like a new infinity threshold. and that's where you kind of go into, you know, another like level or another Zarfex or, you know, whatever. So I've been really thinking about how in a lot of ways, like even atoms themselves are almost like Zerfaxes in a sense. They're just these like spheres of movement and energy. And in a lot of ways, atoms are like a kind of like a proto-organism. I mean, if you think about organism as essentially having organs, well, I don't know, maybe you could make an argument that there are some other subatomic particles within the atom that function like organs. Like, yeah, actually, no, maybe if you think about like, you know, electrons and protons and, you know, all the other like subatomic like stuff that they discovered recently, it's definitely like, you know, organic like that. And I'm just losing my train of thought here, but you know, and I guess what I'm saying is I think that this Big Bang, it's definitely not the first one. I don't think that time really has a beginning, and if there is a Big Bang, there's probably a whole bunch more that have already happened and will happen. And but what I think is interesting, though, and you bring this up to the mechanical part, is that one of the things that is similar to, you know, the narrative of how God created the universe versus how, you know, the materialists tell us the created universe, is that it defies cause and effect. Like, it's basically the Big Bang is something that defies cause and effect, all logic and reason, but everything else after that is logical and makes sense. It's like Terence McKenna, you know, give us one free miracle and we'll do the rest. That classic line. And you know, and I think when it comes to that whole Big Bang, it's also you don't think about there being more than one Big Bang, because that was, you know, what I've been thinking about lately is how, like, I think in different universes, like that dark matter we're talking about, I think that matter in different universes have different levels of sentience, right? And that's how different laws of physics are created. So I've been thinking that the more sentient the matter is within a particular dimension, the more complex its laws of physics are going to be, because there's all these different consciousness factors and dimensions that matter can experience, and thus new physical laws are there. Gravity works differently, mass is effective differently, you know, the speed of light is different. And sort of looking at it from like that perspective, that sort of that meta perspective, you start to see that what we think of as the Big Bang is just one kind of tiny blip in a much larger, you know, infinite cosmic sea of causality.
You know, that's very interesting. And while you were talking, I was looking at what they say about atoms. And they say that atoms have like a life of like trillion years, whatever. And that's interesting. I like the way they say stable atoms can effectively last forever. What does effectively last forever? So they're saying that trillions of years is forever, right? That's quite an arrogant thing to say. Is it just me, or do you think that's an arrogant thing to say?
Well, I think in a lot of ways, when maybe effectively probably just means it's like, you know, there probably is some number, but we don't want to calculate it because it's too big, but we'll just say it lasts forever. It's probably one of those kind of explanations, I bet.
Yeah, exactly. But to say that something lasts forever and to say that something has a shelf life is like two different things, right?
Yeah,
and they're careful how they.
It's very religious if you actually think about this idea that the universe is made from these like eternal fixed, you know, atoms. It's like this is what I mean earlier about how a lot of scientific atheism is just repackaged Christianity. It's just repackaged monotheism, but it's put under this like different sort of like lens or a different like, you know, layer or skin or whatever. And so people don't recognize it, but you start to realize like, hey, this has the same DNA, because it's all about the idea that God has this sort of this certainty, and that he has these fixed eternal laws that can't be broken. And a lot of mainstream science still operates under that particular God perfect, unchangeable framework. And I think like our model of seeing the universe as more, you know, organic or whatever, I don't know. I guess it opens up a lot of different like possibilities because, this organic universe theory, it does seem to kind of open up like doorways in terms of like, spirituality and, extra dimensions and other entities. Because if you think about it, if the universe is alive, i.e., panpsychism, and it's a conscious being, right? Then that conscious being must have dreams. It must have an imagination. So in a lot of ways, matter itself has a kind of like imagination, if you will. And a lot of what materialism is saying is that, matter doesn't have an imagination. It's just some kind of like this blind deterministic process. Like, Indy was mentioning, Rene Descartes earlier in the lecture. And yeah, I don't know, like with atoms, but if you think about it, if they are organisms, they probably do just last a long time simply because they're just kind of in a weird space that doesn't interact with stuff. It's just kind of like on a scale. Certain planets last longer than certain organisms. It's about how, it's really about the level of the structure, how chaotic it is, and how dynamic it is. And I think like organisms that are animated and breathe and move and eat and do all that stuff. Ours things is very dynamic. There's a lot of combustion, a lot of wear and tear on the atomic structure. Whereas atoms, they're just kind of sitting in the dirt. They can probably have a longer shelf life. But I don't know. But then also Indy was talking earlier about how they were saying that like some atoms basically just like materialize into existence. And yeah, I don't know. I guess a lot of this stuff when it comes to atoms, I think there's a lot of like, speculation too. Because when you can think about like, with mathematical calculations, the orbit of like the electrons and the mass and the energy and how long that lasts. But I think in a lot of ways, these systems, they're dynamic, right? So, they'll interact with other particles, things will change and the environment shifts and changes. So, I mean, I can kind of just ramble, on and on about this, but, I guess it does, I don't know. But then again, doesn't the idea of living and dying like even make it like organic? Maybe that's something we should consider too. I don't know. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of questions to ask here, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I just find it interesting that the all elements break down except for the noble elements. And even noble elements break down, but they last long, like gold, silver. Is copper a noble element? It might be. But most of the other minerals, they break down. They oxidize. They degenerate. So they say that the essential gaseous elements, most of them, and a lot of the elements, they don't break down, the actual atoms, but the elements break down. So what happens to the atoms when the elements break down? They become a gas cloud, right? And when the atoms become elements, they become solid. So isn't that interesting? We're talking about manifestation, materialization. So when we're talking about the world losing entropy, are we talking about dematerialization?
Yeah, that's a good question. It could make sense because if all matter in the universe deteriorates, like all of it, it would just be sort of a void that one could just mentally put, certain impressions upon. But I think it's also, I'm thinking about matter not as like the substance in itself, but the environment around it, which structures matter. And that's kind of what I've been learning from the Fae in regards to Zarfexology, and that we essentially live in the sort of the dark Zarfex plane, and that it's sort of like the darkness of space that we exist in acts as a kind of like shell that blocks out the light of consciousness that allows matter to basically become solid. Because I think about like matter, like in its relationship to consciousness, it's almost like our awareness of matter like slightly melts consciousness. Like I mean, melts matter, because like you think about an object and you put your awareness to it, it's like you're sort of raising the temperature like of that object. And because I think about this in terms of like how I affect objects in the real world versus how I affect objects in the dream world. Now, if you're in a dream state of mind and I see a cup of coffee on the on my table, it's going to be very easy to just mentally imagine that coffee cup floating up and moving around in the world of my dream world. But in physical reality, there's a lot more inertia based on that. Like you have to actually develop a psychic talent, develop psychic abilities to have the sort of, inertia to move that coffee cup with your mind. So reality and why I think matter exists in the way it does is that if there isn't that aspect where it's solid and it's hard for it to be changed via psychic abilities, this entire universe would essentially just melt. There would be no Earth. It would just be some weird protoplasmic goo, and that's what the Fae talk about, like fluid Zarfex as being sort of overneath, and the solid Zarfex is reflecting upward to, give them shape and form. And so the way I see it, it's like, I think that what matter actually is consciousness being frozen by the blackness of the void, being in that experience of being in darkness and coldness and emptiness. It takes like consciousness and freezes it in such a way that consciousness can't interact. It's sort of like, the metaphor of water off of a duck's back. The water doesn't, sink and absorb into the duck. It just flows kind of offward. And that's kind of like what our physical reality essentially is. It's like I'm projecting my thoughts onto an object, but the thoughts just kind of bounce off of it and they don't actually influence it. And it's only after you get a certain level of psychic inertia, a certain level of psychokinetic ability, then possibly the object can move. But the thing is, in physical reality, there is that initial inertia. And without that inertia, there would be no consistency. You wouldn't be able to form bodies or planets or stars. Everything would just be protoplasmic goo, because in a way, the solidity of our realm also is what gives form and consistency to images and things in the astral. Why there are certain things like places and coherent deities is because they have a world of physical clay, which is reality that we exist in, to mold and shape themselves. I think of it kind of like the analogy of like, there's certain like gingerbread, like cookie cutter sets. You make the cookies and then you put the cookie cutter in it to form the shape in a lot of ways. So the astral is like the cookie and the physical realm is the cookie cutter that you put into the dough to form the shapes. And without those cookie cutters, you can't form shapes. You just have a bunch of shapeless, amorphous, cookie dough. And that's kind of like what matter's role is in the universe and the cosmos and whatever.
Cookie dough. That sounds pretty sweet. Someone likes his cookies. My son would love that analogy. He'd be like on board. He'd be like, yeah, Dad, that makes sense. Where are the cookies? I like that though. Cookie dough, cookie cutter. Yeah, it sort of reiterates the idea of the Ida and the Pingala as form and energy, right? I think those two polarities are very much like, I think of consciousness as a field that carries polarity. And one side of that polarity is energy, and the other side of that polarity is form. And these two elements of form are moving through each other and interacting on both sides of the both poles. And on the one side of the pole, energy is negative, and on the other side of the pole, matter is negative. On the other side of the pole, matter is positive, and the other side of the pole, energy is positive. And so you've got these charges of positive and negative, matter and energy interacting. And where matter and energy interact and the charges become expressed, right? Maybe they balance each other out, and that becomes expressed as a point in matter. And so this is how my consciousness understands it. And so this whole everything is just a field of consciousness, and these polarities are interacting. And certain places, the polarities do this, bing, And where they do that, there's a point in matter. And we observe these points as nucleus potentially, and that there's a field around this nucleus where the energy and the form are interacting, and the form becomes the shapes of these orbitals that they describe, and the energy is this non-substantial electron as a concept, right? Which is this energetic polarity flowing through the shape that gives structure to an electromagnetic field. And so, which is sort of like not so far about what you're saying, right? In terms of the cookie dough and the cookie cutter, right? The one's the dough and the one's the cookie, and then they sort of, without the other, you wouldn't get this, and this is just a product of like yang and yin, if you will. All these expressed polarities, but where I wanted to go with this, while we're sort of going into this, right? So we've been looking at the sort of metaphysics and how this mystical representation of metaphysics has been a little bit of a, how should we put it, a little bit of a esoteric deception, right? And that certain occult revelations have been given and certain have been denied, right? Certain occult revelations have been given, like that the universe is expanding, that, there seems to be a point of a beginning, of a big bang, but then other things have been sort of denied as well, like along the way. Like, for example, that there is a fundamental potential of intelligence at the core of everything that's happening. No, there's no fundamental core of intelligence at the core of everything happening. Everything is just random. Well, what does random mean? Right? Random means intelligence to me, right? When I think of that, I mean, it means that there is some way that there is thinking happening, and the thinking is producing the stuff that we're experiencing on some level. Hence, what we call random is just an expression of a presence of original deciphering of perception, right? Hence, you don't know what it'll be. It just is manifesting in all these different fields of frequency, and everything's unique. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a cause for uniqueness, but everything seems so extremely unique. So when I look at this, I'm like thinking, like, how do we apply this into our worldview of this matrix of reality, right? And so it makes me think of concepts like Maya, the concepts of that the universe isn't real, that the universe is an expression of consciousness, like you say, it's this cookie dough and that cutter. But would that cutter that fixes the cookie dough, according to your analogy, not be mental and intelligence based?
Yeah, I mean, it sure was, but I think it's like the matter dark matter dichotomy we're talking about earlier. How there's a certain level of matter that can interact in one dimensional plane, but then there's dark matter that interacts in another dimensional plane. And I think consciousness also operates in the same way. I mean, think about it for this way: it's like we don't exactly know what you and I are thinking together. There's a distinction between your being and my being. And because in a sense, it's like we're operating on different dimensional frequencies. Like if you think about, because I've been thinking about like an analogy I use. Like I just think of like particles, right? Just like not even like atoms, just like particles. Like you think about like a universe that's like made of nothing but red particles, right? And the only thing that red particles can interact with are other red particles. And the only thing you can see are the red particles. But then you have a universe of yellow particles, and they can only interact with other yellow particles. But in a sense, they're both existing in the same 3D space. So it's like when you switch one dimension to another, you're not moving anywhere in the third dimension. You're just kind of switching the atomic alignments in your current dimension. And that's more or less how I understand the fourth dimension. So in a lot of ways, if we all exist, if we all have a different soul, a unique soul, a unique consciousness, then in a sense, we all have our own unique dimension in which we are experiencing reality. So it's a lot of ways, it's like, because I think about it, if we were all experiencing the same frequency, there would be no different individuals. There would be no you and me and us and them. And these different frequencies allow us to exist on the same sort of bandwidth in the same area, but still retain our individual sort of existence. And like in the same way, like you take a radio and you switch it to a different station and you get different songs depending upon which, hertz frequency you have the radio set tuned into. But in a lot of ways, that radio and that antenna still exist in the exact same three-dimensional space, picking up the exact all these frequencies of all the channels. If you think about it, from the oldies section to the new top 40 stuff to the NPR thing and then the religious thing, all those frequencies are still going through the exact same airways. They're going through the same air, but if you tune it, you can pick up on different ones. And that's how I think about like matter existing in that way. So if like you tune matter up to a different frequency, it's like everything slightly sort of morphs and shifts into something different. And so when it comes to I don't know, what was your question earlier about like the cookie cutter thing? I wasn't sure exactly what you were trying to go with that.
Was basically you had the analogy of the cookie dough and the cookie cutter, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the cookie cutter is what denotes the shapes and the form.
Exactly. It gives it a sense of like, so basically, I guess, it's like basically, so when you build up the shape, you build up your little your little cookie duck, it doesn't swoosh down back into the shapeless amorphous cookie dough. And that's kind of what physical matter does for consciousness.
So the question was, could the cookie cutter, what you're describing as the cookie cutter, not be intelligence?
Yeah, I think there's definitely
mental energy.
Yeah,
mental
because it's a back and forth relationship. Because in a lot of ways, the cookie dough also kind of shapes the cookie cutter, and it's like in a lot of ways we're the cookie dough, and the cookie cutter is like the ideas and of the realizations and the symbols that we come up with that sort of solidify, the reality that we exist in.
So what you just said is that your God is a cookie cutter.
Pretty much, yeah.
Those cookies better be good, bro.
Yeah.
But I mean, we've just defined like what the idea of God is this fundamental intelligence behind all things. Like what stops the cookie dough from collapsing? Well, there's some kind of an intelligence that maintains the cookie structure, right? Some kind of informational system, and it keeps the information required for that substance to maintain like that. Mm-hmm. The moment you take that information intelligence away, then it just goes back to like mush.
Yeah. That's the idea.
Basically.
You got it.
So so that's quite an interesting concept, I think. Because it gives us a sense of how humans have anthropomorphized this principle.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's a bloke sitting on a chair, and he's got like a cool little wand, and he's pointing fingers at all the naughty people.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Like naughty people. But maybe there in this intelligence, there's some kind of a structure that is a perpetuation, right? So, like, if one thing starts a process, it has to finish that process.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's probably learning from other universes and other dimensions in the same way we have, like, we take on knowledge from our ancestors and other things. I think in a lot of ways, with my Zarfex theory and the Fae have been showing me is that obviously our Zarfex that we exist in is not the only one. but it's also shaped by all the Zarfaxes that exist outside of it. And there's that sort of that extra understanding. So in a lot of ways, it's like it's like the universe is sort of like forming intelligence, it's learning. And so in a lot of ways, what the structure that we have is basically beings from other times and other spaces of existence that learned things, went through mistakes, and said, okay, this works, this doesn't work. And so when we create a universe, this is how we're going to structure it. And we're sort of, and we as human beings dealing with it are still kind of like figuring out the nuts and bolts. And we're still evolving and growing and figuring out. It's like, wait, well, hold on. Like, okay, you gods had this, thing figured out in your universe, but in this universe, we figured out some other shit that you didn't consider, and you should look at this stuff too.
And it sort of makes me think to change gears a little bit. So as above, so below, if we're going to take that as a concept, then what that means that whatever the intelligence of the cookie cutter is, that's going to be the shape of the cookie, right?
Yeah.
So as above, so below, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the cookie shall reflect the cookie cutter, right?
Exactly.
There's a new way of saying that, like as above, so below, the cookie shall reflect the cookie cutter. And so the cookie cutter then becomes, it's quite a nice little metaphor. I like the cookie cutter metaphor. I dig it. It works. So the cookie cutter then is what we would like to call above. I don't know why we call it above. We could call it inside, or we could call it outside. For some reason, we call it above. Isn't that bizarre?
Wow.
That's one anthropomorphic nonsense going on there, right?
Exactly.
Like, it's got to be better because it's up there. So, and why does it have to be better? So the cookie cutter reflects the cookie. Although the cookie and the cookie cutter are reflections of each other. Basically, it's a negative impression, right? The cookie will be a negative impression of the cookie cutter.
Yeah, that would make sense.
It will reflect exactly equally but opposite. So if the cookie cutter has got a rounded top, and the right hand side is like this and like this, then if the cookie cutter is like concave, then the cookie will be convex.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? So
Yeah.
it will be exactly proportional. Like if we imagine a cookie cutter, right?
But also you have to consider that when you're making cookies, like in my analogy, I'm thinking of like candy canes and gingerbread men, like you would make for Christmas. You have, when you make a gingerbread man, it's not necessarily like the perfect gingerbread shape when you put in the cookie dough. It's got little like bumps and cracks and stuff like that. And I think in a lot of ways, a lot of the sort of the evil authoritarian powers in the world, they want us to be totally perfect with no flaws whatsoever. But in a lot of ways, that's kind of what makes the cookie dough taste great. What makes it taste good, because they're just like, I don't know. I was going somewhere this line of thought, but then I'm like, sometimes like you go down a tree or a line of thought, then you reach a dead end, and you kind of have to like redirect your your thoughts or whatever. But I don't know, and that's the thing too, is like in a lot of ways that we also have to think about the one who's making the cookie cutter shapes, and that recognizing that sometimes people can make, you might be able to realize that here's what it is. Here's what the analogy is. They make you think that a cookie is a cookie cutter, right? So I take like a gingerbread man, but like they think like, oh, you can't like take a bite out of this and eat it. They want to make you think, no, this isn't a cookie. This is a cookie cutter. But then you take a bite out of it, like, no, this is a cookie just like everything else. As a way to kind of like distinguish it from everything else. Because I think that's what we have to really realize is like what we think are cookie cutters are actually just cookie dough in some situations.
That's interesting. Something to consider. Think about that. What you were saying just now, I caught her like a sidewinder transmission. Little, like, imagine my little tentacles. Wing, wing, wing. Like, imagine Teletubbies, right? Okay, everybody, we are the Teletubbies. Wee. We're communicating like Teletubbies. And when you were talking about that, it made me think about like how the cookie mass, big love, welcome back, is de-love back. I thought you were here the whole time. Maybe I was. I only see the chat from time to time. This bright light keeps me occupied. The cookie mass is not necessarily uniform, is what you were saying, right? And because the cookie mass is not uniform, the cookie is not going to be the same as every other cookie, even though it comes from the same cookie cutter, basically, as an analogy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which means that there are, and I'm going to use this word liberally, even though it's not the right word, there are proverbial faults. Some cookies will be likely to crack because of that fault. Some cookies will keep their shape. Some cookies will want to crumble on that edge because of that fault. The same way as like continents, for example. So I use that word fault, not like a mistake, but a fault, like a fault line, like a continent, you know? And so that makes me think about physical reality that we're living in, how we appreciate this cookie. And it made me think about a place where I actually want to take my child. Maybe I should take my child and my girlfriend sometime. It's not a very safe place to go here in Cape Town because you want to go there at night. But maybe I'll take my samurai sword. That would be a bit much, wouldn't it? Bloody hell. Maybe not. Because it involves going on the mountain in the night. But there are places where you can go to find where the veil is thin, where you can watch the jinn more easily than other places, and where a lot of people can see the jinn. Like if I could be like a jinn tour guide. How's that sound for an idea? Bush Whisperer, the jinn tour guide. Come for Bush Whisperer tours, and I'll take you to see the jinn.
What kind of places would they typically be in? Because this is like the whole idea of like dimensional intersections has been something I've been kind of like been interested in lately. So like I'm trying to figure out like what's the common theme behind those kind of things and what is it, like, you know?
I don't know what the theme is, but I just know where some places are on the mountain. They're on the mountain, on Table Mountain. So I'm guessing that they've got to do with elements in the earth and moving water under the earth and quartz crystal in the earth and minerals in the earth. Cape Town is on a big aquifer, and so there might be underground rivers. In fact, I know there'll be underground rivers. And I think there are places where there are underground rivers that has some effects, right? We're talking about the cookie substance, the cookie mix. This cookie mix has got a lot of fast-flowing water underneath the ground, and maybe that fast-flowing water is flowing over quartz crystal. And the quartz crystal is piezoelectric, and it's generating an electric charge, and it's creating a field. And that field is affecting our brainwaves. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess I was more thinking about like in terms of places like going into towns or cities or houses or buildings, that I noticed that there are certain, I guess you call them liminal spaces, where you kind of feel that when you're standing in them, there's just something that just feels off. Because in a lot of ways, like there's certain areas in a building where there's like, you know, the people are supposed to be, but you don't, but I'm talking about areas where it's like you're behind like the plant in a corner of a room. Nobody stands in the corner of the room like that, right? But I noticed that when you go to spaces like that, there's something that feels very odd psychically. Like there's something weird and peculiar about them. So I was wondering maybe if like when it comes to like seeing the jinn, that maybe it's something like that.
I don't think that's so different to what I'm talking about necessarily. Like there could be places where there are, once again, disturbances in the earth. And so the earth has got different polarizing elements. It's really, really interesting. The way the positive and negative ions distribute themselves they seem random, right? So I can feng shui out my house and find where's the positive and negative hydrogen ion rich hotspots, right? And you can do this in the jungle as well. And the plants grow in particular patterns. They know where to grow. They know where not to grow. And where those plants don't grow, something else will grow that's not the same as that plant. And so there are certain different kinds of things. There are certain places where thorns will thrive. There are certain places where these will thrive. There will be places where there's thorns, but this thorn bush will be here and that thorn bush will be there. And between them, there'll be these bushes. And these kind of creatures will be attracted to this zone, and those kind of creatures will be attracted to this.
I see. So you're talking more like on like the organic level when it comes to these kind of portals, like the idea of like a mineral intelligence sort of having that. The Fae have definitely got something like that too. Actually, I should really consider that more, just like the idea of like an area that being covered by quartz being like a portal. But I'm talking like but I think in a lot of
they make grids.
Yeah, like in terms of like city grids and stuff like that, how these towns and these cities are structured, I noticed that in a lot of ways that there are little corners and gaps where it's like there's like sort of gaps in the energy flow, right? There's sort of like little like secret kind of like areas or little special, or just going to odd locations and stuff like that. And you start to realize that it's like from a spiritual and astral dimension, it feels different. Because I think of it like this: like if you're at some kind of like a shopping center or whatever, and there's like there's certain aisles, people will move generally in like a location where there's sort of the items on the shelves and the checkout aisle and stuff like that. But then there's always like parts of a store that no person like ever walks to. Like maybe there's like a display of plants or a display of furniture in the corner. Like sometimes I'll go to like a hardware store and I'll just like sit on like the patio furniture there that's like inside the store with like the fake like green stuff, just to sit there, not to even do that. And you start to realize it's like there's just a very like odd feeling, because like when it comes to these buildings, it's like there's a magical effect to what temples, buildings, just in terms of the color, how it's built, what kind of materials, what kind of stone, what kind of wood, how the rooms are laid out and stuff like that, like how like certain buildings have a certain personality to them, like and so I've always been kind of interested in the idea of like the liminal spaces within one's like place of business or whatever. Like I think about like the Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe, the idea of like going into like a wardrobe to enter like a magical world right now, because I think in a lot of ways that closet is that kind of that weird like space. And but to me, that's kind of like sort of the nature sort of creeping into our infrastructure. Like there's little holes and gaps. So in the same way, like if you have like a hole in your roof and little like raccoons and insects could kind of sneak into the structure, I think within towns and building civilizations and suburbs and stuff, that there's these kind of weird like psychic like gaps. Like they build these grids of all these cities, but within these within the gaps and little like alleyways and stuff, there's like little dimensional portals and stuff. So I just always found that concept is just something I've always found fascinating, even as a little kid. You're muted, Franklin.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, I've shown some, which is rather exoteric information, because this is all Google has access to. But it's been explained to me by Imam that there's an exact science behind where the Khalifkas and the Imams would situate a Holy of Holies for a temple, for a mosque, right? And I think in the ancient times we had this knowledge. And there are certain points where energies just happen to meet. So like you got to understand like what made the people in that hardware store avoid that piece of ground. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's like it's all planned.
Yeah, but like what made them do it? Because it's not very practical. If you think about it,
No.
it's a hardware store. It would be much better to put the hardware goods there that people can buy, right?
Hmm.
But for some reason, they decided to have an installation there at that point. There's some intelligence driving that, and there must be something special about that place.
Yeah,
This is like
I guess what I'm also trying to point out here is like, yes, there is an intelligence behind it, but that intelligence makes a few mistakes every now and then, and those few mistakes are where like you can kind of find like little interesting stuff. Like I think of magic in terms of like video games. Like I was actually at a video arcade last night. It was a lot of fun, but the thing about video games is that they're programmed in a certain way, and they're basically there's like collisions so that if your Mario walks up to a pipe, he bumps into it and he doesn't move forward. Well, one of the things I noticed about it in video games that if you learn to kind of like play with the corners and gaps of objects, you can do things like phase through wall and enter aspects of this program world that the programs didn't even intend to either put you there or they didn't even build it themselves. Like I think about in the original Super Mario Brothers for the original Nintendo, there's in the second level of the game, there's like this warp pipe where you can go to level 2, 3, and 4 if you go like atop the roof and down the secret hole. But if you kind of jump in a specific way towards a block where you kind of have half your head into it and you phase through the wall, you can go into this one pop that says the minus world, where you basically just go in an infinitely looping water level that never ends. And there's kind of like these like the edges of reality like that. And I'm thinking that these spaces that I'm talking about are kind of like that. Like there's like when I talk about these sort of liminal spaces, they're like kind of like it's like God. There's an intelligence program that's designing this world, but there's a few things that they got wrong. There's a few things that they kind of overlooked, and there's a few kind of like gaps and like weak areas where you can start to realize like, hey, there's a deeper level that goes beyond this.
Well, this is why I call it faults. I don't know whether it's a mistake though. This is my point. Like maybe those faults were necessary for the structures to be what they were. Maybe it's part of the rule. This is what I'm getting at. Maybe the intelligence is bound by particular rules. And if you put that there, then there has to be this here to compensate for that. And if you put these here and this there, it must be this. But I agree with you. Like, I think like these places exist. And I think that what happened was humans became wise to these little loopholes and they started putting temples on them.
Yeah.
They noticed that there were particular loopholes that could be used to bolster the human emotional state. And they would find those particular loopholes and put temples on them. And so this is why I think it's important. And what I was saying earlier about these changes of polarity. So the changes of polarity, let me see if I can find Google on it. Just the grid lines. Grid lines of polarity between positive and negative ions along the Earth can be from 2 feet to 20 feet or more. And so I just want to see if Google's going to be able to so let's see what they're saying. Mainstream physics, is it on the screen? Let's see what they say. Biogeometry practices on Earth is believed to be enveloped in intersecting grids of subtle energy and geomagnetic lines. The Hartmann grid, for example, it's often described as forming rectangular mesh spaced at roughly 2 meters, 6.6 feet. But that's an average. Right. Now, by 2.5 meters to about 5 meters by 6 meters. Okay. Now, I'm telling you that some of them are less than 2 meters. I can tell you now, 6. I've seen grid lines that are less than, like, I think the smallest points of polarity that I've detected personally is about, I would say, 3-4 feet, like just over a meter grids. So these grid lines, and sometimes the grid lines are like they're saying,
Just way too high.
so like 4 feet to 16 to 20 feet, right?
I agree.
So these grid lines, do you see the randomness we're talking about here? They say it's between 6 feet and 5 point something feet and 20 feet almost. But I would say it's more like 3 to 4 feet till maybe more 25 feet. Because I've noticed 10 meter, I've calculated almost 10 meter grid lines in certain places where I've been. Here in my house, the average grid lines are about, the average grid lines here are about, I'd say about 2-3 meters, which is about 9 feet, just in this house, my property. So you can calculate the grid lines. If you're sensitive in your feet, you can feel them through the earth when they change polarity, when you move slowly. And you can use a dowsing rod to detect these grid lines too. So I think these grid lines, namaste Tracy. I hope you're having a lovely day, by the way. I hope you guys are all good. So these grid lines, there are places where these grid lines converge.
Way too hard.
Does that make sense, Cosmic?
Yeah.
We're talking about them like a square grid, but there are places where they converge. And where they converge, they become exponentially more polarized. And those convergence points, like if you imagine a spider web, we're thinking about straight square grid lines, but that's not how nature works. Nature's more like a spider's web of grid lines. And so there comes points where those grid lines all converge into a single place, and they converge on points, and those points become supercharged places. And so you might be finding that a point of convergence in someone's home or in a building, and for some reason it would often be a place that people avoid because it would be intense to sit there. Mm-hmm. Maybe people avoid that place because it's an intense place. It might be intensely positive, it might be intensely negative, whichever one it is, depending upon those polarities. If it's a positive ionic field, it's going to affect you to make you feel negative. If it's a negative ionic field, you're going to feel positive about it. But that euphoria can be so overwhelming that it's negative. And the same thing with the negative, the negativity that you experience can be so underwhelming that it becomes positive. So if you see where I'm coming from, mm-hmm. I don't think it's black and white. You know, like you can become so euphoric that you become crazy and you behave like a madman. And that's like, well, that's not true euphoria, is it? That's like craziness. Or you can become so down that you're contemplating the impermanence of life and how everything, and that can in itself become a source of inspiration for you to realize, wow, life's short. Wow. Like I've actually got to make the best of my life. I really need to like reach out and like be like strong with my friends and my family and be like integrous, and you know, so that negativity can give you fuel for positivity, and the positivity can give you fuel for negativity, like in terms of human ideas of positive and negative interaction and activity. So I think that this is what I think that is. I think it's got to do with those converging lines. And I think that this is part of the matrix of reality. And so that reality is a matrix. Those people that talk about reality as a matrix, I think they're right. But I don't think they really understand exactly the implications of that and exactly what that means, right? Because yes, it's a false structure, but it's also a real structure. Does that make sense when I say that?
I kind of have another arbitrary metaphor. For some reason, you're talking about like ley lines, and it's making me think of like bubble wands, like taking a tennis racket, putting it in soapy water, and then blowing bubbles out of it. Because While in the tennis racket, that energy is in that square face. But when you blow air through it, it comes out as a bubble-like sphere. So in a lot of ways, it's like each square in the grid becomes its own infinite Zerfax threshold, right? And that's just like, if anything, you could look at these different ley line grid points, these little squares, as basically different Zerfaxes within the Zarfex.
Yeah, exactly. And those lines of force are different edges of different what you would call Zarfexes. And there's places where those lines get really close and they converge. And that's like a thin space between the Zarfexes. And these places exist. And you find them randomly. Like you just happen to stumble upon a place and you suddenly notice, hold on. You know those places where you feel weird, Cosmic?
Mm-hmm.
You should spend a lot of time there and look and see. You might see a village of jinn if you spend enough time. Like people will think you're daft. Like, who's this dude staring at the wall for like an hour? Like, screw him, you know? Like, you stare at that wall until the wall's no longer there, right? And you're now looking at a village of something else. But I think like there's something to this, you know? I've found places on the mountain. Now I don't know exactly where they are location wise, but I know how to find them and I know where they are. So I could find them if I went out there and took time to re-energize on the earth and track the energy lines on the earth to the point. Does that make sense? Like you got to get onto the lines to follow the lines. Like it's like following train tracks to get to like the terminus, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you switch into a different sort of channel or whatever, perception-wise.
Exactly. You follow the lines to get to the points. So, but yeah, this I think is evidence of the fact that, like you say, the cookie isn't consistent. There are what we would call imperfections in the cookie, right? But I think those imperfections are part of the system. Without those imperfections, the system couldn't be. And so the imperfections are important because, like in a spider web, right? There will be places where it's weaker and there will be places where it's stronger. That's just geometry, math. But it's designed so that the strongest part of the web is where the animal's going to go in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess so.
So the weak points don't matter because it's designed to catch you here. But if you study the web, you'll find the weak points and go, oh, well, that's weak points in the web. But the web needs to be that way in order to exist. So the matrix, in order for this matrix to exist as a solid matrix, it has to have weak spots. And those weak spots can be exploited by shaman, wizards, sorcerers, right? Magicians, psychics, mediums, whatever you want to, you know, term these people. And so that's quite interesting, just to look at the sort of metaphysics behind it. Are you still nice and high, by the way? What was your flavor?
My flavor of what?
You obviously had a toke.
What?
You had a smoke.
Oh, yes. No, I had a couple the little mushroom gummies there earlier. So yeah.
Oh, nice mushroom gummies. What mushrooms were they?
Lion's mane mostly.
Okay, nice.
One of those kind of like just like a brain kind of like booster. Kind of makes you it gets you a little bit buzzed, but
no, I've got something else here called skeletium. I'll put it into the thing. Skeletium. And I eat some skeletium, and I eat skeletium and ashwagandha combination before my lady love comes to visit.
I always feel when I hear the word ashwagandha, that's what, like, I think that to me that word sounds like a Hindu discovering his wife cheating on him. Ashwagandha.
Yeah, well, ganda means dirty. So I think ashwagandha removes the dirty part. I'm guessing. I think. But the ashwag is the energy, empowerment, and the skeletum, that is a rare type of a sage, kind of a, I think it's of the sage family. Just let me check. Is skeletum of the sage family? Is skeletum from the sage family? And no, it's not from the sage family. Commonly known as, for those of you that are curious, skeletum, it's potent herb elixirs. It's from the Azoaceae family, like marigold and ice plant family, and it's native to Cape Province. This is where I live, Cape Town. It's indigenous native here, and it's a low-growing succulent. And it's an indigenous medicine from the indigenous, the Khoisan, the San people. And it's mood lifting, anti-anxiety, anti-stress reducing properties, but it's got all sorts of other properties as well. Like they would chew it when they wanted to run long distances as well. So it has effects on your physical. They would chew it if they weren't going to be eating. If they were going to be running a long distance and they weren't going to be eating, and they were going to run after an animal for like 3 days that they shot with their little arrow until the animal drops, then they would be chewing their skeletum, for example. So sage is salvia. Okay, that's interesting. So the sage is a salvia. Did you know that salvia is from the sage family?
Yeah, I think I remember somewhere saying that salvia is in the mint family, so it's related to that. Yeah. Also, potatoes are part of the nightshade family, which is like Datura and Belladonna.
Exactly. So I for some reason I thought that Scilenium was part of that family, but it's the Azochea family. I hope I'm saying that right. But it's similar to that, because that the salvia also affects your emotional, right? Digestion, memory, mood enhancement, right? As you can see, mood enhancement, stress relief. And here you see also skeletum, also mood lifting, anti-anxiety, stress reducing, right? So you can see there's a similarity between skeletum and salvia. That's why I always thought that skeletum might fall into the same family, because it has somehow similar effects, but it also makes you very slightly more switched on. It doesn't make you stoned or anything. You just feel more sort of present, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like those lion's mane do similar things. Lion's mane as well. Lion's mane, mood. Oh, did I put an AI in there? Mood enhancement properties. So you see that the lion's mane has got similar, right? Right? Can you see the same write-up? Mood enhanced by reducing subjective stress. So it's all the same thing, really, just different plants that do.
Yeah, same brain receptors, essentially.
Similar. Yeah, exactly. So good old stuff. Nice. Good old.
So I got my Zarfex diagram queued up here because I wanted to kind of demonstrate something I was talking about earlier with the Jinn and liminal spaces, and that kind of helps explain it. So if you could pull that up, there we go. So basically, the way I look at it, each channel, these represent certain states of consciousness, but they also represent certain types of places. So the Kids Are Facts channel is typically outdoor spaces, And the Azersfax channel is typically, associated with cities, towns, sort of like everyday average thinking, but really it's for indoor spaces, right? So the idea in Zarfexology is that every indoor space is sort of dimensionally linked with every other indoor space. So in a lot of ways, like when you're talking about the jinn earlier, like existing in different towns, it's because if you're in a town, that town would be dimensionally, Zarfexologically linked to that other town. So in a lot of ways, like indoor spaces are all dimensionally linked to each other, and all outdoor spaces are dimensionally linked to each other. That's essentially the idea. And the liminal spaces I'm talking about are actually, see how there's bubbles, but notice how there's these little gaps in between them. That is where the liminal spaces essentially exist, when you're sort of in between the Zerfaxes here. And I think that's kind of why it's interesting to lay it out in this kind of this bubble format. And you can also see that there's a grid to kind of organize it. Well, the idea is when you organize everything as bubbles, that there's gaps in between the bubbles, right? And so when you have gaps in between the bubbles, that allows for creativity, working around and sort of different dimensional gateways. But when you make it a perfect grid or a square, you kind of get caught within that square. And I think that there's an interesting relationship symbolically between the cube and the sphere, and what both the cube and the sphere essentially represent. And if you think about the sphere is a polygon of an infinite number of sides, and it has no edges to it. So the sphere, you always recognize that there's something sort of around that sphere. Whereas with the square, when you're sort of inside the square, there is a limited number of faces on a square. It's actually probably one of the most simple of the polygons in the shape world. There's sort of like six sides, if you will. And every side is perfectly flat and perfectly structured and perfectly that. And in a lot of ways, that's what the Fae talk about, that there's different sort of ways to map out the universe. And they have an argument with the elves, and the elves think that cubes and squares are better, and the Fae think that spheres are better. And they have all sort of, in the upper dimensions, they have philosophical arguments about which methodology is better for understanding sort of the extra dimensional spaces that exist outside of us. And so I don't know, I just think that a lot of ways, I've realized too that with this chart, that every channel has different spirits associated with it. And I'm thinking more and more that even though this is technically the mundane channel, that I think there are spirits that exist within here too. So I think the angels and aliens that we were talking about exist in the Azerfax channel, which is the channel of consciousness that's associated with mainstream society, mainstream thoughts, Christianity, go to work, live in the city, follow the news. That's this channel essentially. Whereas the Kizerfax channel up here, this is the channel of animal intelligence, plant intelligence, primordial stuff. And what's interesting about portals is that, which it makes me suggest that whatever element has to be here in this channel to link it to the indeterminate zone, maybe like you said, when you're talking about quartz, crystal ley lines, stuff like that, then somehow those minerals that you're talking about somehow, according to this theory, link itself to the indeterminate zone of the Kizerfax channel, which then allows for psychic and magical manifestations to take place. Yeah.
And I think there would be a relativity. So, for example, the human intelligence and the human consciousness filtered through the human system. The human has got a certain complexity of DNA, right? And that DNA is made out of certain elements. And our bodies are made out of particular elements, right? Mammals have got a particular kind of an intelligence and empathy, and based upon an emotional field, right? Based upon our elements. Snakes, lizards have got a particular type of elements in their body. They don't generate heat. They need heat from the sun. Trees have got a particular type of intelligence, and leaves and flowers, the intelligence, they follow the sun around, and they're able to sense their surroundings and behave according to their surroundings. The stomata know when to open, when to take a breath, when not to open, when not to breathe. So there seems to be intelligence in all of these different creatures. And imagine the bacteria that live in the soil and the other kind of biome in our guts. They each have their own different grade of intelligence, and each of these beings will have different makeups of mineral combinations in their bodies, won't they? And the matrix of the substance in their body will be different. Like the matrix of the blood in the human being is a particular matrix. And you'll find a lot of mammals have a similar matrix. This is why the intelligence of a dog is very similar to the intelligence of a human. The intelligence of an elephant is similar to a human. The intelligence of a cat is similar to a human in a sense, but the intelligence of a lizard isn't. The intelligence of a bird is a little bit further away from the intelligence of a human being. This is what I've noticed. And like certain animals are like further away. And plants, well, what was harder for us to relate to the intelligence of plants because they're so foreign to us, because they've got foreign mineral makeup. So I think that in order for a particular field of intelligence filtered system to manifest, in order for the intelligence field to manifest different variations of intelligence, I think there has to be an equal as above, so below. The cookie needs to match the cookie cutter, right? And
Exactly.
certain cookie substrates will fit into certain kinds of cookie cutters, and certain cookie substrates won't fit into certain cookie cutters. And so the substrate is like mixed around, and the cookie cutter knows that this kind of substrate fits this cookie cutting shape well, and that cookie cutting shape will fit better with that cookie cutting mix. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So I think there is a mineral connection, but there's also a spiritual connection.
I've also been thinking with our conversation that I think that the Uzurfax here might represent matter, and that maybe the Feezerfax is dark matter. That's something I've been postulating lately, because the idea is this Zerfax right here, Fee, this is why solid matter exists. It's this particular Zerfax channel right here, which is weirdly on the indeterminate zone a reflection of the Vidzerfax channel, which is basically the psychedelic DMT interhyperdimensional channel is up here in the Vidzerfax channel. But when it reflects into solid reality, it's almost the exact opposite. And so it kind of creates this weird like inversion effect, where like so the idea is with this diagram that this is sort of this is what crystallizes the matter, which comes up the dark stuff, and then this kind of comes out of it like a bubble blower, and this is what essentially becomes the universe that people exist in this Zarfax. And the idea is like and apparently there's also like, and within a Zarfax there's 16 Feezerfaxes, and they each representing different matter potentialities, because the idea is like each like level of matter, there's different levels of intelligence, right? And so depending upon what type of Zarfax you're in is going to be more or less intelligent in certain, types of intelligence areas. So it's like, when you talk about stuff being like, part of a plan, it's like, it's not that I can't accept that idea. It's just like, it's to me, my metaphysical understanding of the universe is like so nonlinear. It's like, okay, there's a plan. It's like, where did the plan start? It's kind of like, you don't know where it ends or where it begins, because there really is no discernible beginning or end. It's just kind of like, infinity or whatever. And that's kind of like what I've been exploring with the Zerfaxes in general. So really the idea is that, with this, by the way, is basically a map layout for our particular dimension. So if I'm talking about the Fey dimension, for example, the entities that I channel, in the Fey dimension, this is a Vidzerfax channel on both sides because it's not a solid Zarfax. And because there's no Feezerfax, then it becomes more like an astral, non-physical Zarfax. But really, right here is like basically what the physical matter. So the idea is, if we think about this like non-linear Kabbalah, where it's like every Zerfax reflects into everything. So there is a meaningful reflection here, and here, and here, and here, in every direction that you can possibly perceive. So the idea is everything has to kind of match and reflect and sort of work together. So consciousness, starts out here in the indeterminate zone. It then kind of goes through the sort of a portal to the Zarfax nucleus here. And then as it kind of goes filtered through here, it's kind of like the consciousness kind of gets stuck in this black membrane, and it kind of like, so imagine like a wall of like black goo, like a film. And then as you walk through that wall, you walk through it, but then you get covered in black goo as you enter the other side. That's how the Fae basically describe how physical matter is formed. It's like you have this matter, you have consciousness, it goes through the sort of like this black like tarp, and then when it goes out to the black tarp, it then kind of goes back in through here and manifests itself as a universe. So I don't know. I've teased out so much information from this diagram. It's like crazy. It's like my enneagram, basically.
Yeah, man, it's good to have a good diagram. It helps you think. Good diagram gets the brain working in a healthy way, you know. Instead of just verbally programming the brain, actually trying to think out it's like spatial problem solving, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. It's like it's like a visual philosophy, because in a lot of ways when you think about these ideas, you need to like actually in your head conceive of these like bubbles and stuff like that. And it's interesting too, you were mentioning the idea of like how our intelligence, like we have an intelligence that's very close to a dog and very close to a cat, but less close to a bird and even less close to a lizard. Well, I think this is also kind of that, it goes exactly what I was talking about earlier, how all indoor spaces are dimensionally correlated to each other and all outdoor spaces are directly correlated to each other. That's the same thing with organisms too. So our consciousness is sort of dimensionally correlated with beings that have similar consciousness to us. That's why humans get along with other humans. And then as you kind of go further down the line of evolution, there's a larger and larger Zerfax gap between your mind and the mind of the creature or being that you're comparing yourself to.
Yeah, man, makes sense. You know what I wanted to break into? So we've been like focusing on a lot of the scientific half-truths and looking at like what are esoteric truths. And we know we've been lied to, right? We broached onto the topic that there's propaganda. We all know that our history has been messed with. Whoever won the war got to write the history, and they were biased as hell when they weren't lying. And they were often lying and biased as hell. We know this, right? Even our history books tell us this. And we know that, you know, governments have got their own agendas. So they don't tell us the truth, right? They don't tell us why they're going to Iraq to fight some bloody war. We figure it out for ourselves and go, oh, right. So there's a lot of investment into the oil industry, and the oil industry needed the oil. And so because the economy was like this, you had to go. And so you had to fund this war, which would support your oil industry. And at the same time, you realized that like diversifying and making weapons and selling weapons was a good lot of money, and that would help the economy. And so they don't go like, listen, the American economy is under like a lot of strain now, so we're going to have to go and drop bombs on the Iraqi people to make some money, because then we get to take their oil. Trump was the first one. Bless him. He was the first one to say, yeah, well, they've got the oil. We went there and we secured the oil. Now we're taking the oil back to America. Like, he was the first guy to just call it what it is. Like, yeah, we went there. They had oil. We wanted oil. We took their oil. And now we've got the oil. You know, it was job well done, basically. We're making America great again. But this is like a global policy with all the countries, right? This is not like one country or another. Like, and even within domestic policies, it's the same thing, right? Well, you know, we need to make the rich very rich. Oh, why? Well, when we make the rich very rich, then they can take more money from the poor people. But because they take more money from the poor people, they can bolster the economy. Why? Because the rich know what to do with the money, and they're going to make more money with the money they take from the poor people. And that way our economy will be better. So our country will have more money. So even the poor people will have more money. You know, like, than they would have had if we didn't have money in our country. Like, in other words, then we'll build nice roads and, you know, and everything will be like sophisticated, so everybody will supposedly benefit from it. So we don't get told the political truths, right? They're continually, misrepresenting, deceiving us. And on a domestic level, there's no one country. I mean, let's face it, right? The Israeli government gets a lot of credit, and credit where it's due. They need a lot of credit because they're a model. All the other governments are going, damn, look at that Israeli government. If we were half as jacked up as them, that's what they're thinking. Let's all be honest about it, right? The Israeli government's really got it down pat. They've like figured out how to like exploit, and that's really the mission of governments. If we get right down to it, they're supposedly there to benefit us, but they are really just exploiting us. And like you look at the Israeli economy, the economy is looking up, but it's mostly in the hands of the tech companies. The rest of the people in Israel are getting very poor very fast. That's the reality. It's changed a lot since when I was in Israel. So like when we look at all of these systems around the world, they all seem to be based upon deception, lies, and we're aware of this, right? That we can't pretend it's not happening. We can't pretend that arm prick adventure that we all got to partake in one way or another. Hopefully you got to partake in it by trying not to get a prick in the arm. If you did, then make sure you flush your system well, all the goodies. Was really a money-making scam. And the truth comes out now, right? The truth comes out. It was, it wasn't safe. They promised us it was safe. It wasn't safe. There are a lot of people that have been harmed because of it. And the people that didn't take it didn't seem to have too many problems, right? There were countries like, I'll give you an example, countries like South Africa, where we bought a whole lot of arm prick medicine that we didn't use because our government is so shitty and so disorganized, they couldn't even get the arm prick juice to the people. So you know what we did with it? We dumped it. Do you have any idea of how unarmed prick this population in South Africa was? None of us should be alive, according to what they told us in 2020. None of us should be alive, but we're thriving. And most people I know didn't get the arm prick. They were like, we don't need arm pricks. So, a lot of people didn't get arm pricks and they were fine because of it. So they literally lied to us. And the evidence is there. Like, just go around your community and figure out who didn't get arm pricks and who did get arm pricks. And a lot of the people that I know that didn't survive got arm pricks. So even though they got arm pricks, they didn't survive. So the survival rate of those that got arm pricks and those that didn't get arm pricks, there wasn't a big difference, if you see where I'm coming from, right? It's not a big difference. In fact, arguably those that didn't get arm pricks might have a better survival rate long term, because long term, a lot of the people that did get arm pricks are suffering. So who knows? I'm not going to pretend to know the facts, but what I do know is they lied to us. What I do know is that it wasn't safe. What I do know is that it was a money-making scam. And the money-making scam was not just about selling arm prick medicine. The money-making scam was about controlling distribution networks, right? Food production, right? Cutting a lot of jobs, right? All those robots that are being manufactured, where do you think they go? Where do you think they're going? They're going to be replacing all the jobs that were lost. A lot of people ended up less employed after the arm prick adventure. And that employment didn't just fix itself up. It's been a slow and steady regaining of the economies, but there's big, important changes that were made that were never really fully unchanged. So there's been a lot more mechanization, a lot more robotics brought into industries since then, because there was an easy solution for big companies. Well, you guys need this. We can't have employees. Okay, we'll just put machines here because that way you get what you need from us. But it was done in a very deceptive way, right? They couldn't have just said, listen, we're going to just cut like a third of everybody on earth or a quarter of everybody's jobs. Just that's that, done. Jum. A lot of those jobs are going to be replaced by machines. Just sit at home and shut up and take it. People wouldn't have stood for it. They needed to be like, ooh, arm prick or else. You under soil, arm prick or underground? Choose arm prick. So people were like, oh my God, underground, arm prick. Which one should I do? Should I have an arm prick underground or should I have an arm prick above ground? And there was this like, which part of the ground do you want to be on or under, in or arm pricked? And that was some pretty heavy deception. That was some pretty heavy manipulation. That was pretty heavy occult revelation of just how the system works, right? And they even had that complete nut idiot that was giving us Falsian nonsense, right? Falsky. And he was telling us nonsense, right? Like, what was the other one? What's that stuff? Ivermectin. Ivermectin, you can get it from your doctors here in South Africa now because the government was taken to court. And the doctors proved in front of a judge that ivermectin is 100% safe and has been used for human beings for like 60, 70 years and is one of the most prescribed drugs for things over the last 60 years. Totally safe for humans. And so the government was forced by a constitutional court judge to put it back on the market a number of years ago. I think it was like 5 years ago. So ivermectin flooded South Africa. This was why South Africans didn't have a high mortality rate. You know why? Because we got ivermectin back. So what they did, they went away and they took ivermectin away from and told us it was for horses. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. You see? So what is and another thing that has come on the tail end of that arm prick adventure they sent us on is the quality of food. We've all noticed it. Let's not pretend we didn't notice. The quality of food dropped during the arm prick adventure, and it never really regained. Have you noticed that, Cosmic?
I mean, kind of the quality, not just for food, but also entertainment as well, has been kind of really like it's been on the downturn, man. You know, I wanted to, because I actually can relate it back to this diagram because you're talking about like, you know, false narratives and, you know, false history telling us what the world is and lies. And I think it's important to recognize that with this diagram, each one of these different Zerfax channels is a different historical story of the universe. So right down here, this is where you got your atheist Big Bang, you know, the universe started 6 billion years ago channel. Then you got the, you know, God created the earth in, you know, in 7 days. You got this channel. Then you got kind of like, see, every one of these channels basically has a different narrative that's ultimately sort of vying for the attention of the people. And thus they actually create different universes, different worlds. These are different dimensions that you can access, you know, with your consciousness. And I've realized that there's an amazing power in not sticking to one universe and sticking to sort of like one, you know, paradigm, if you will. If you can learn to realize that there are more than universes, you can shift between different realms, because I feel like the powers that be in the world, they seem to hinge on the idea that there's only one universe, one world, one truth. And in a lot of ways, what you're doing when you're telling that person, you're locking them within one particular Zerfax and one particular Zerfax channel. Because the idea is each one of the people who exist in channels, these channels, they think that their channel is the truth and they think their channel is ultimate reality, right? So they don't want the competition from any of the other channels, right? And then, so they're all creating their own narratives, they're all creating their own histories, creating their own stories about the world, what is and what isn't, in order to service their own sort of Zerfax channel, right? And so by realizing that there's different Zerfax channels and there's different perceptions of reality, you can't be locked in one particular reality, and thus it becomes much more difficult for you to control. Because if you can take someone and have them only follow one like line of thought and one line of perception, one belief system, you can control that person very easily. Because if you think about a robot is really only controlled by sort of one sort of variable, sort of the logic of its programming and whatever the input of the users are. But we as human beings and, spiritual interdimensional entities, we are subject to so many different variables of cause and effect, so many different things, that it gives us this sort of dynamic range to, explore different thoughts, to explore different possibilities and different theories about what is and what is, and be open to different speculations. But when you get locked in one Zerfax, which is basically the goal of every single deceptive paradigm in the world, is to keep you locked in one particular Zerfax and never let you see outside of it, and then to make you think that that one Zerfax is this massive, infinitely expanding world, when it's actually just you sort of basically running on a hamster wheel. And being able to step outside of the bubble, I think it's very powerful against the tools of deception, because I've noticed that, when I'm around people that tend to believe in more authoritarian ideologies, they tend to get very hostile with me when I talk about a lot of these Zarfex ideas. And I think I'm kind of like starting to piece together as to why that's the case.
Let's just look at this, right? Science is monotheism, right? There's one science. There's one body of law. There's one way that science is done, and everybody's in agreement of it. And it came from Christianity, essentially. Catholicism, to be specific, right? Monotheism. Why did paganism have to be so actively removed? Why did everybody have to become monotheistic? Because it's very hard to control pagans using religion, isn't it? Because they all have different beliefs.
Because when you're a pagan, you're aware that other gods exist. It's like, oh, okay, I got my god, you got your god, and your god works for you, my god works for me, so we're in agreement. But when your idea is there's only one god, then there can't be any other gods. There has to be just one god. So every other god becomes a threat to that god, because it's like there can be only one. And I think it also reflects with this chart, because basically monotheism, it's weirdly, I started to realize that even though this is technically the channel of like physical reality and it's not necessarily the magical part, I've realized that it makes sense that Christianity exists within here, because the idea is in solid reality, everything is kind of condensed into sort of one kind of like particular universe, thanks to the Feezer facts up here. But when we go into the indeterminate zone, now we have an infinite number of potentialities that can exist within the Vither facts. So the gods that exist within the indeterminate zone, so the pagan gods, I would say, would probably be in the Zaphras channel. There's no conflict, because they can exist. There's multiple gods that can exist within this channel, but within this channel, one god has to dominate, because all the realities here are basically condensed into solid reality. Whereas here in the indeterminate zone, which is much more fluid, you have room for other universes, dimensions, and other gods that can exist without any kind of like overlap or contradiction. You're muted again.
I was saying it's like they've got one dementia, and they want everybody to be affected by the same dementia. Sorry, but that's how it is. And so we can see basically what you're saying is like on point, and also it's about resources. Because when everybody was worshipping the same god, then everybody had to give a tithe to whoever controlled that organization, right? Which was, in the good old days, was 10% of what you earned, which became taxation, right? And then the tax people got greedy. They were like, wow, 10%. Let's add a little bit more. Let's wank it up to like 20%, right? But what we'll do is we'll tax them on the money that they earn when they work. Then, once they've worked and earned that money, we'll tax them on their homes as well, where they live. Ooh, I like it. Then we'll tax them on the electricity. Then we'll tax them on their water. Ooh, you know what? We could tax their clothes. We could tax their food. Why not tax their fuel? We could tax everything they buy. Right? And so they did it. So there's no way to know how much tax we actually pay. Right? Because when you look at the system for taxation, right? Like it's just, there's so many different elements of tax that we don't even realize, we don't take into account. Everything we pay is taxed, but we're using money that's already been taxed to buy the stuff, right? That we're being taxed on. It's like when you really look at it, it's like, how much is this taxation really thing working? How much of it is backstage? And it's not really represented openly. Once again, deceptive. I wanted to change gears and take all of the stuff that we're talking about now and imply it to the person. Because now we're talking about the macrocosm, right? And the psychic manipulation, which we know is the media. They rule the arm prick. Okay, so we know the media is all rigged. It's just part of the story. And like big money owns this YT that we're on now and everything. And, you know, the printing press that wrote all the books on mysticism was all bought and paid for by a little boys club, right? That got to control what was published. And between deceptions, lies, and half-truths, we've been fed a constant diet of BS that challenges the integrity of the system that we're living in. And people have become so used to living in a lie. Here's where it comes to the personal. Let's do this, baby. People are so used to living in a lie where they almost want to run back to the lie to be safe. Isn't that interesting? And let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. So we're so used to our system around us being a lie, the world around us being based on lies, our history is lies, our politicians are lying to us, right? The education system, they're lying to us. The science, they're lying to us. They're keeping the really good science for the military. We only get like the afal, the little bits that they don't want. And they keep the good science for themselves. And they've acknowledged that they keep the good science for themselves. It's called national security. And then they disclose what science they were doing a while ago. We were told that AI was only invented in the last 5-10 years. But when you really look at it, the AI has been around since 1950s, right? AI has been alive and kicking since the 1950s. I want you just to digest that. We only just discovered it like in the last decade, like properly, you know? But the AI that we are experiencing is not new. The patents have been there, as have been actual AI systems controlling like nuclear warheads and what have you. So basically, we as people are then so used to living in an ocean of lies that we then start lying to ourselves, because it's the only survival technique that we often find. And we're either strong enough to swim against the current, right? You know, you're either strong enough to find your own system, esoterically cosmic, or to just go, oh, this is too hard. I'm just going to go with that system because it seems to be all right, right? Like most people do.
Yeah, definitely.
But no, rather swim against the current. It's a lot harder, but this is where you want to swim. You're going to swim against the current because you want to get there. You don't want to go there where everybody else is going. You don't want to be a sheeple. And so it means that it's a way of separating those that are going to be authentic and genuine and follow true truth within themselves, but most people won't. And here's an example. How many people do you think, and what do you guys think in the chat about this? How many husbands are there in the world that go to work and come home? These days, it could be wives, anyone. and they know that their partner is having an affair. They know it deep down in their hearts. They can sense it. But they're in denial. They don't want to face it. Let me give you a story. When myself and my ex-wife, this was the tsunami, right? I was like, we got to get out of this country right now. We got to fly. Let's fly. Where do you want to fly? South Africa or England? And my ex-wife was like, England. I was like, okay, let's go. So we rushed to get to the airport, Sri Lanka, to get out of the country before the tsunami hit. And we managed to get out 24 hours before it hit. And we got into the UK literally maybe 24 hours before. Because when you're flying, there's about 7-8 hours difference in the time, right? When you fly to the UK. So we got out maybe just a little less than 24 hours. We got to the UK a little less than 24 hours, but we got out of Sri Lanka maybe a bit more than 24 hours before. We were cutting it close. And I rode that my off-road bike from the one side of the island to the other side to grab some stuff to get to we had to get to the airport was far away. We were right down in the south in the jungles. So it was like a big mission. I had to ride like 1,000 kilometers, you know. And Sri Lankan traffic is hectic if you've ever been there. Like more than 1,000 kilometers all in all, which is like about 700-800 miles. But you don't understand what Sri Lanka is like. It's a death trap for you if you're riding the roads. Seriously, the traffic is insane. If you're going to be in that traffic, make sure you got a good trail bike with a good amount of power so you can get out of the way of the accidents when you see them coming. It's literally, you see accidents everywhere on the road. It's hectic. You've got to have your wits about you or you become part of the roadkill. And so we got to England and we arrive in England. And okay, it's Boxing Day, it's Christmas, Boxing Day, what have you. And tsunami hits and we arrived there. We were going to go and do a mission, and my ex-wife's parents were like, why did you guys spend like a week here? 2 weeks. I was like, I didn't know about 2 weeks with your family. They were like, come on. We haven't seen you, to my ex-wife, in a long time. So I was like, yeah, we can spend some time here. And 2 days later, just after Christmas, her father, Robert, aka Bob, as Mr. Bean would say. His name was Bob. And he comes home. No, I think it's about 4 days later. And I observe the dog's reaction to him. And I can hear a difference in the sound of the dog. The dog is talking to me because I'm really in tune with animals. I can hear the pitch of the dog's sounds that the dog's making and the way that the dog is. And I'm realizing this dog is reacting to a smell on this Bob. And the smell on the Bob, I can smell through the dog's smell, is he's been getting some. Been getting a little bit of that on the side. Not with his wife, on the side. And I don't say anything. I'm just watching. And my ex-wife, being very sensitive, she says, what is it? I'm like, just observe. Observe the dog's reaction. And she's noticed, the dog's reacting a bit strange. I'm saying, just use your senses. She still doesn't know what's going on. The next day, she sees her mother crying. The mother's been crying upstairs. She goes up, and I'm sensing the mother's emotions, like through the walls and stuff, you know, because I'm very tuned into this stuff. And she comes and she goes, there's definitely something wrong. My mom's like all depressed, something. And I'm like, yep. She's like, oh, I don't know what's happening. I said, the dog. The dog. Anyway, he had been having an affair with his best mate's wife for 15 years behind his wife's back. And suddenly, his father's feeling very threatened by my presence. Because I'm the one that can see exactly what's going on. I'm not saying anything to anyone. My ex-wife is starting to pick up. She's saying, like, you know something. I'm saying, look, it's obvious. Do the math. What do you think your mom's so sad about? And suddenly it dawns on her. And she's like, holy crap. I'm like, I don't want to get involved. It's not my story. But I'm observing her father and her mother trying to have a conversation in the kitchen. And it's like a badly written script by bad actors. Bad actors playing out a bad script. And I'm like, oh God, who wrote that script? And why don't you people go for professional acting lessons if you're going to act, right? And she's trying to pretend that everything is fine and everything's perfect and everything normal, but her intuition and her instinct is telling her that something is wrong. And she can't stop feeling sad and depressed. He's trying to pretend that everything's fine because he doesn't want to get caught out because he's banging his best mate's wife, right? This is what's going on. And I'm observing this pattern, and my ex-wife was observing it, and suddenly there's this unspoken friction between me and her father, because he's aware of the fact that when I look into his eyes, he can see in my eyes that I know what he's doing. And he can see in my eyes that I know that he knows what he's doing is hurting his wife and he doesn't give a shit. And he can see that I can see in his eyes that he can sense that I know, and I can see everything. And he knows that because I can see, his daughter knows what's going on, and he realizes he's now in danger. And nothing gets said. It's an unconscious tension that can be like cut with a knife. And my ex-wife's like, what the hell's going on with you and my father? I'm like, don't worry about it. Nothing. He knows I'm onto him. To me, this is all funny because I see life through a funny lens, even the sad things. Always look on the brighter side of life. Do-dum, 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 do-dum. Always look on the brighter side of life. Mm-hmm. And so I'm like, it's time for us to get out of this house. We've got to go. So we didn't even spend a week there. We did spend another few days there, and the tension got more. And I was like, the smell in the air. I was like, can't you smell it in the air? Like there was pheromones and weird smells in the air of people's consciousness. And she started waking up to what was going on. And anyway, my point is, she knew that he was having an affair. And she could tell by the way the dog was reacting to him that something was off. And she could probably smell the perfume of that woman on her husband because I could, right? The dog could. And she didn't want to acknowledge his mom. So I was a threat to their stable environment because I was the one that could see the whole picture. I could see her. I could see that she knew. I could see what she's thinking. I could see him. I could see that she's feeling safe in the lie that they've created for each other, with each other. He's feeling safe behind his lies that he keeps his wife in a little box in. And she's going on the verge to having a kind of an emotional breakdown. And he's off trying to escape from her using the excuse of, oh, she's just crazy. Like, look at her. Look at the way she is. But actually, it's an intertwined web between them of lies. And she's lying because she's not looking him in the eye and going, you've been banging her, haven't you? Because what she wants to say, but she doesn't have the courage. And he's lying. And this whole fake thing that they've concocted. So this is a very common phenomenon. I get it with a lot of my clients. I get it recognized with a lot of people in my life. People want to hide behind a lie because they feel safe in a lie. They feel safe behind a lie. People want to hide in religion, often for the wrong reason, because it gives them a sense of safety, not because they truly have conviction for that religion. So what do you think, Cosmic, about how we lie to ourselves and how we love our lies and each other's
I think
lies?
it goes even deeper than that. Like, because if you think about, like, if there really are these belief systems that are built on lies, you got to think people's entire identities and personalities are built around these lies. Like that's a heavy trip to really kind of like think about, because in a lot of people, it's like you're not just saying, you know, your belief system is a lie. Your entire personality, who you are, is a lie. In a lot of ways, it's like acknowledging something is a lie is almost like acknowledging that you're going to die or something like that. Your entire existence is going to be erased. But I think it kind of goes back to like the whole concept of Zerfixes, which are kind of like in the Zerfixological system, the idea of like what a belief system essentially forms into, and it becomes essentially an insular bubble. And that's kind of how these lies essentially function. It's like I'm like, you know, it's like the analogy of a bird sticking its head in the sand, right? A bird sticks its head in the sand to be kind of like, oh, well, there's nothing going on. I don't see anything because my head's in the sand and nothing is happening. And I think with belief systems and lies and stuff like that, it's kind of like that. Like you're insulating yourself from the truth. You're insulating yourself from the outer, you know, mysteries or whatever. Like there's an insulation aspect to it.
Exactly. So there can be no realization. One can't get real. If one is hiding in a web of lies for safety, there can be no being in tune with what's real. And if we can't be in tune with what's real, we cannot realize who we are. And if we cannot realize who we are, we become disempowered. And then that disempowerment of not realizing who we are, we lose the recollection of what we could be. And when we lose the recollection of what we could be, we're one step closer to being a blank slate that can be programmed by the state or whoever wants to do the programming. I think there's this, like you say, there's this really fundamental relationship between the framework that we stake our belief system on, our ideologies, and how we relate to the world through this lens, and how we view ourselves, and then how that self-perception actualizes as personality traits, and how we then relate that back to the world, like a double feedback loop, if you will. And I think, you know, there are a lot of us that are lost in this lack of truth. And so the only solution is truth. And truth is difficult. I have, you know, let me give you an example. Difficult situation. What do you do if you realize that someone you know's partner is cheating on them? Right? Are you going to be the harbinger to let her know or him know that his or her partner is cheating on them? Because you know what happens, and I can speak from experience. He resents you or she resents you for being the one to burst her bubble, which was a lie. And sometimes if she's the one cheating, then she will get to him and try and program him against you, or he will get to her and try and program her against you if he's the one cheating, right? And I this is something that I know intimately, right? And because I'm a truthful person, if I find out, let's say Cosmic, let's say you got a girlfriend, right? If I find out that your girlfriend is hanky-panky getting a little bit of spanky with another bloke called Frankie, whoops, my name's Franklin, but a different Frankie, okay? It's just poetic. I'm going to be the dude who comes to you and says, Cosmic, dude, I don't know what's true, but I think you got to speak to Trudy, because Cosmic's girlfriend, of course, would be called Trudy. Yeah. Why Trudy? Because she's got two of them. Why two? Double D. Sorry,
Yeah.
Cosmic. I can't help myself. I can't help myself. You don't have anything against double D, do you, Cosmic?
No.
Okay, well, good. I'm glad. Of course, the offense, because I don't know. Like, some guys don't like double D. Some guys like double D. I'm not a double D guy, but some guys, they like, bring out the double Ds. So anyway, you would have one of two choices. You would want to like delve deep into this and figure out what's truly up to you. Or you might be like, shucks, if I delve deep here, I might lose Trudy. Is it worth the risk? Does that make sense? And that fear can often make people go, no, Franklin, you're the evil bastard. And Trudy goes, yeah, he's just trying, he's an evil bastard. Next thing now, I'm the evil bastard. Both of you hate me because your lie gives you a sense of stability. Does that make sense? Have you ever been in that position? Where
I think I understand essentially what you're talking about here. Yeah.
And it's not just about that, right?
Yeah.
It's not just about that. It's like you are the one. Now, this applies to, let's say, John is in love with his authoritarian philosophy. And Cosmic comes and says, listen, mate, that authoritarian philosophy, she's cheating behind your back. She's lying to you, right? How many of you, by the way, how many of you in the chat are Americans?
But I think in a lot of ways, what you're kind of pointing out is relationships. Like, one of the most powerful aspects of control is like, friends, family, and losing those connections. So because we form these human connections, but kind of the paradox of like, it's great that you're connected to people and you're part of a community, but a community is like an organism. You got to kind of conform to the needs and the necessities of that organism, and you can kind of lose yourself in that mix. And it's like, because I've been thinking lately about just like, tribal like mentality, and like how like somebody in a group of people will defend a murderer because they're one of their people, even though they clearly committed the crime. And I'm thinking about like, well, why is that case? But it's because these people, they don't have as much of a sense of individual identity. And I think when you have your own sense of identity and who you define yourself as, you become harder to control because you are essentially the arbiter of your own narrative. But if you're part of a community, a group of people, then your sense of who you are and your identity becomes dependent upon the group that you're part of. And because you're dependent upon other people, that's what allows you to be controlled. And that's what allows you to be leveraged, because essentially you're controlled because you're tethered to that thing, like a kind of like a ball and chain, if you will. And because you have that connection to that group of people, to that sort of mindset, because that's really the most powerful thing right there. Like exactly what you're saying, while you'll believe in a lie, because a lot of religion is like that too. Like maybe someone will point out that a religion is wrong, but it's like, but I don't want to give up this religion. It makes me happy. It gives me meaning in life. It makes me feel comfortable. It gives me a sense of wonder. I'd feel so lost without it. And you'll go and believe in a religion that might be abusive and harmful and, maybe even make you suicidal, but you go along with it because you don't want the alternative of sort of being kicked out of the group and being kicked out of the flock. And, a lot of people, and because they don't have that sense of independent identity, they're much more anxious about leaving the group because they're like, I don't know how to lead for myself. They're so used to following that, they don't know how to do it, which is kind of why, I feel like I struggled for a long time. Cause like you said earlier, like I'm like the fish that's swimming against the current, because I feel like there's something out on the other side of that current that I really want to get to that, nobody else is doing. But you kind of realize that when you're swimming against the current, the other fishes are like, why are you swimming against the current? Just go along the current, you dummy. It's so much faster and so much easier. And I'm like, no, there's something over there. And they're like, and it's very easy to get discouraged along the way, because there's a lot of people that want to, when you're trying to, people don't like it when you try to discern reality on your own terms. That's what I've basically been like learning my entire life, that if you want to understand reality in a way that makes sense to you, people don't like that because they are basically taught that reality is a set way and that you just have to kind of accept it. Because, you know, most people, like most average people, whatever their belief system is, they didn't really come to those ideas on their own. Like that's what's been interesting about like coming up with my own belief system, is sort of realizing like how many people are just essentially playing a game of telephone. They're just, you know, copying stuff that they heard from some other people. And I'm just like, maybe I should just like hang up the phone and just like try to figure out what the message is again, instead of like doing this like back and forth reflection. Because I mean, even if you look back at religion and how it forms and evolves, it's like, you know, the Bible was informed by like, you know, Sumerian and Babylonian myths, and then they were like inspired by other previous civilizations before that. And it's like nobody ever really like just kind of looks at the world and just kind of figures things out shamanically. It's always like, this is what was written in the past, and let's copy it and do it over and over again until, you know, throughout history, it just gets more and more, you know, distorted. So I don't know, man.
Okay, really I want to do someone I know a big solid here. And they're probably going to hate me for it. But I'm going to do it because I'm that kind of person. So I'm going to ask a question, and that question is for you, Cosmic. It's for you, Vincent. It's for you, Outtuition. And it's for you, D-Love. So there's 4 of you. If I was an American, let's just say hypothetically I'm an American, and there's a woman that I love and she's out of America, and I want to keep her on a string, hypothetically, right? I might tell her that, oh, I can't get a passport to come to you, but I want to come to you and marry you. I'm just not ready to commit, hypothetically, right? Cosmic, when you apply for a passport in America, how long does it take?
I mean, usually you have to wait for it to come in the mail, so I'm not sure the exact time, but it's definitely not immediate.
How many years does it take?
I actually don't know the answer to that question.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. And what about the rest of you? Vincent, D-Love, and Outtuition. If I told someone that it would take a year and a half, between a year and a half, for me to get a passport, a year and a half, what would it smell like bullshit? Just from Americans who live in America. Because as far as I know, it takes a number of weeks to get your passport, usually. Maybe it could take 6 weeks or 7 weeks, but there would be an expedition fee that you can pay. Am I right? I'm a South African and I've traveled around the world a lot, spent decades traveling. And I can tell you now that I've ordered passports. I've had new passports in Sri Lanka. I've had new passports in England. I've had new passports in South Africa. I've had new passports. I've had emergency passports in other places in India as well. And I'm telling you now that there's always an expedition fee that you can pay, that you can get it quicker.
Gotcha.
So how long does it take to get a passport in your country? Outtuition. If I told you it takes 1 to 1.5 years, if I told you it takes 12 months to 18 months to get a passport, would you think I was lying as an American citizen? Should it take a number of weeks? At most, a couple of months. But there should be an expedition potential. Who of you know?
Says like 4 to 6 weeks for American passports.
Exactly. 4 to 6 weeks. So you're saying it's not going to take 52 to 76 weeks.
Yeah, that's the idea.
So if somebody was told by an American that it's going to take between 52 and 76 weeks to get a passport, because that's how long the waiting list is for Americans to get passports, would you think they were telling the truth?
I guess in this scenario, probably no.
Well, anyway, this like, you know, sometimes the truth is so obvious it's staring you in the face. Staring you in the face. An American friend of mine said that they were going to travel and they needed to get a new passport. And I think it took them weeks to get the passport, not so long ago. And as you know, passports are not done state by state. They are done federally. Am I right as an American? It's federal.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yes. So it's all in this federal database. It's all in the federal system. And some states might be a little faster than others, but none of the states are like 1.5 years, right? So, you know, but our tuition, we're talking about an American citizen that wants to travel to another country. So if you're an American citizen and you want to go to India and you apply for a passport now, you might have to wait until 2027 June. Between 2027 June and 2027 December, you'll have a passport. D-Love, yeah, maybe for citizenship, but if you are an American citizen and you already are American, right? And you wanted to apply for a passport. This is what I'm talking about. And sometimes the truth can be that blatant that the lie that's been told to you is that obvious that any American that actually calls their local would be like, no, that's not right. But they don't want to see the truth. They want to believe the lie. They want to sit and wait for a year and a half, believing that that's how long it takes for a passport, instead of the other person just telling them the truth, what's really going on.
You know, I think also the things with lies too is that sometimes it seems like the lie is so blatant, you're almost thinking like, no, this can't even be like a lie, because it's like, it just doesn't even like make sense.
Exactly. And exactly like you say, D-Love, you know, if you want a green card, that's a different story. Like you say, if you want to get us, that's it. But if you are on the database and you're already a citizen, and I know this because, you know, I spent a lot of time traveling, and I've had a lot of friends internationally, and I pretty much grasp how international matters work. Right? Spend 20 years traveling, and you'll understand. Most of the people I knew were travelers. And there was constantly, we were discussing, like my Aussie mate, oh yeah, man, I'm going to need a new passport. I think I'm going to have to stick around in London and order a new passport. It's going to take me probably about like 6 weeks. Bloody hell, I'm going to spend a fortune here. I won't even have a pot to piss in by the time I leave this country. You know, Australians, I've had the British saying, yeah, well, I've got to go back to Britain. I've got to get myself a new passport. It's probably going to take me about 3 weeks. And I've known French people, and I've known Americans, and I've known Canadians, and I've known Indians, and I've known, you know, a lot of, when you travel internationally, most of your friends are international. And so over my life, I've needed passports, and there's a certain etiquette when it comes to passports, and it's pretty standard in most countries, right? And there's nowhere in the world where you can just order a passport for a country that you're a citizen in and wait 1 to 1.5 years. It's not the real world. I'm sorry. It's just not how it works. Nowhere on earth. I'm sorry. Unless you're in a country where there's civil war and the passport agency is shut down because they're not handing out passports because there's like some huge thing going on, right? But if that's not the case, like if you were now in Iran, maybe you can't get a passport. Why? Because your country's at bloody war. They don't have passport officers. Like, no, screw that. We get them out of the office and put guns in their hands and put them on the border, you know? Who knows what the government does? I'm just saying, if you're in a normal country where there's normal stuff going on, that's the case. Even Israelis, where they are at war, I lived in Israel for 2 years, they're constantly running out of passports. Israelis need new passports like you need toilet paper. You know why? Because they travel to this place in the world, they get that stamp, they can't go there. So I used to know that if you're traveling to Israel, you can't go to other countries. So if you go to Israel and you get a stamp in your passport, you need to get a new passport, right? Certain countries you travel to, if you go to another country after that country, they won't let you in if you got a stamp from that country. So you got to wash your passport. You got to order a new passport and go there with a fresh passport without that stamp in that country. I know this because I used to travel. So you'll be surprised how often people have to wash their passports and get new passports. It's just the order of events. If you've got a stamp from Iran in your passport and you go to Israel, do you think they're just going to let you in? I'm sorry, mate. Cavity search. Do you want to have a cavity search? Anybody out there keen on a cavity search? Go to Iran, get a stamp from Iran, and go to Israel and tell me how the cavity search worked out for you. You know, because this is how it works. So anybody that doesn't want a cavity search, they get the new passport because it's just damn easier, and it only costs you $50 or whatever. So $30, and if you're traveling, then you know it's a better it's a better investment because nobody wants to walk that way. Nobody wants to walk funny. Who wants to walk around like, hey, dude, why you walk like that? Dude, I went to Israel. I got a cavity search. Give me a break, you know? Sorry, guys. But I'm just pointing out to the extent that people will believe lies, right? The extent that people will believe lies is you wouldn't believe it. And let's apply that to ourselves, within ourselves, right? The extent that I would believe lies about myself, you know, wow, I'm an amazing guy. You know, I'm really such a good guy. I'm really so selfless. I'm really so loving to everybody. And I'm just, you know, just call me sliced cheese. We all feel that way about ourselves. Let's be honest, right? Like, you know, yeah, I'm damn good. I'm the best. You know, we all have that little shadow, I'm the best, running in our programs. Maybe most of you don't, but if you were Leo, you would get it. Those of you that are Leo, you get exactly what I'm. Yep, I know what you're saying. We've got to learn to question ourselves. Or those that are like, oh my gosh, I'm not good enough. Oh, you know, then you get people telling themselves they're failures, they're not good enough, they're this. Oh, I'm such a waste of space. So whichever lie works for your character is the lies we're going to tell ourselves. And those lies are generally lies that were told to us before by someone else, maybe our parents, right? Like, you know, when parents tell their kids, you're not stupid. Parents tell their kids, you're not stupid, you're just different, you know? Oh, gosh, I'm being so cheeky today. But, and then we go through life telling ourselves, I'm not stupid, I'm just different. Do you know how many idiots are out there telling themselves, I'm not stupid, I'm just different? You know, maybe I'm just being ridiculous. Please excuse me. But my point is, we all tell ourselves lies all the time, and we don't recognize how many lies we tell ourselves. And I have to catch myself telling myself a lie, you know? Okay. So let's think. What lie do I tell myself? I tell myself I'm a really compassionate human being, right? And I try to be compassionate. I mean to be compassionate, but I'm not always compassionate to my son's mom. I'm going to be honest. She winds me up. She winds me the hell up. But I catch myself and I observe, you know, like she'll come at me from a holier than thou angle, trying to run me down and my girlfriend down because we're not married and we're not Christian and she's Christian and she's holy and all of that. And she'll try and talk nonsense like this in front of my girlfriend to make her feel uncomfortable, and try and start an argument and try and talk nonsense like this to my son, in front of my son, who's 9 years old, saying like, yeah, but you guys are fornicating. You know, you've got a fornicating relationship. So I resent the hell out of her. And I'm not compassionate towards her all the time. And sometimes when she comes at me, I just tell her to shut up. Shut up, take your shit that you want to shovel and go away. Not very compassionate. I'm sorry. I try and be compassionate, but I'm not always. Sometimes I can be pretty harsh. Sometimes I can be pretty harsh with my son. if he's hurting the animals or if he's being mean to the animals, he's gonna get hell from daddy's gonna like, do you know that my boy thinks I threw his tablet in the ocean more than a week ago? He thinks he doesn't have a tablet. That's how harsh I can be. He was misbehaving the whole day. He was messing with the animals. He took the birds out of the cages. He took them to his room and he messes with the birds. And he was becoming aggressive and violent with his mom. He was being very bad when I was trying to talk to him. His attitude was like having tantrums and shouting back at me and stuff. And I was like, he's learned his mom's new tricks. So I said, okay, I've got an idea. I'm going to take a tablet for a walk to the beach. And it was nighttime. Sun had just set. And the hand is faster than the eye. I'm very good at sleight of hand. He saw me throw his tablet into the sea. I didn't say I threw it in the sea because I'm not going to lie. That's the one thing I don't do. I don't lie. So he cried, and it took him days to come to terms with the fact that he doesn't have a tablet anymore. I told him I'm not going to buy him another tablet. And I meant it, and I won't. He's still got a tablet, but he doesn't know it. I hope he doesn't find this stream anywhere. He goes behind our backs. He goes into chat rooms. He's 9 years old. He goes into random chat rooms, and his mom is just, I'm sorry, I'm not compassionate towards her. I ought to be more compassionate towards her. I wish I was more compassionate all the time, but she whines the hell out of me. She's a bad influence on my child, I think. Maybe I'm being judgmental. You see, there's another flaw. So maybe I'm being too judgmental. Maybe I'm being more compassionate. I just don't recognize it. Who knows? I could be wrong. I could be right. My point is,
I think in a lot of ways that you're kind of like beating yourself up over this because, like, the Fae have kind of given me a whole different perspective on, like, morality and spirituality and stuff, because it's like, in a lot of ways, their perception of the universe is kind of just a lot more of a chaotic one, and they kind of see themselves as sort of, embracing more of their animal side, that more of a primordial or whatever. But I've been thinking of myself more of like identifying as a chaotic neutral person than a good person. Because I always was kind of like, needing to think of myself, oh, I'm this good person. I'm this compassionate, like you said before, kind of like that. But I realized that, in a lot of ways in that effort to be, super ultra compassionate, that we, lose like personal boundaries and we let people like take advantage of us. And I was just kind of like getting, sick of that. And I don't know, I guess in a lot of ways, like when it comes to like being a good person, you just got to kind of recognize that the good that you have. And I think like, when you try to define yourself as being kind of this like chaotic, neutral, fairy being that's just kind of, hanging out, as opposed to being, oh, I need to be this angel, I need to be this perfect Buddha, there's a tremendous weight that gets lifted off your shoulders. And it's not necessarily that you stop trying to be a good person. I want to make that, abundantly clear. This is not a call to moral nihilism, but when you don't have this kind of like ultra idealistic perception of yourself as being this, enlightened being at the top of the clouds, then you can start being more realistic with yourself. Because the problem with, identifying with a good person is that you become less able to accept the bad parts of yourself. You're more willing to deny your flaws because, no, I'm a good person, I don't do that. But when you remove that filter lens and you just kind of like, I'm just some primordial animal, then you can be honest with yourself, like, okay, I'm good here and I'm bad here, I'm compassionate here and I'm not compassionate here. And then you have this like, okay, now I understand, what I need to work on. But the goal is never to be like perfectly this or perfectly that. It's just to really find whatever your sense of self is and just be in that particular orbit and how you fit into the universe. Because you're not going to be, like you say, that's why it's important to mention the cookie crumb. Like, we have certain bumps and flaws in our lives, and it's not really, we shouldn't hate ourselves because of that, because in a lot of ways we live in a universe that's, there's chaos, there's storms, there's beasts and diseases and crazy people. And the idea that we're not going to get angry and we're not going to lose our temper every once in a while just is utterly, ridiculous and unrealistic, And I think if there's entities out there that they're going to recognize that this is going to happen, just looking at the conditions of the world and what we're dealing with and how people are and what's going on in the world, at the moment. So, I mean, this is kind of why I sort of stay away from like concepts like perfection, because like when you no longer feel the need to like be perfect or need to be some kind of like ideal aspect of what you want to be, you can actually figure out who you actually are besides that. And I think that's part of the problem too, is that nobody really wants to actually be themselves. They want to be this idealized version of themselves. So there's some, religious figure, some celebrity, some philosophy, and really, I want to be like that person. I want to be rather than just kind of accepting themselves because they thought, no, you're flawed, you're selfish like this, you have this particular bad habit. So, you can't be enlightened. You gotta trust this guy. And because we feel like we have to be perfect, we then feel like we have to listen to the wisdom and guidance of people who we perceive as perfect. But then you start to realize that those perfect people that made you self-conscious and that made you feel like, oh, you're not truly, you start to realize like, hey man, you're sleeping with you're sleeping with my girlfriend too, and you claim to be the one that's like on the top of the ashram here and all holier now, and you're just as filthy and animalistic as the rest of us. Because I think that's one of the things that, a lot of people, they don't like the idea of taking your guru and sort of revealing that it's just, like a pig, with like a costume on top of that. But the reason it's important to reveal the pig is that the pig is the one that's making you feel bad about yourself. It's one making you feel like you're not worthy and that you're not, good enough. You're not compassionate enough. You're not selfless enough. And look how bad you are. Look how selfish and greedy and lustful you are. Not realizing that the person who's making you feel self-conscious is just as greedy and lustful as you are, and probably worse so. But they try to make you, and see, that's what they do. They take their problems and they project them onto you. And see, they have all those proclivities of being, immoral. And then they say, no, I'm not the immoral one. You're the immoral one, because they can't, deal with that thing with them. So in a lot of ways, I think it's like, to me, my philosophy is on some level, we have to embrace the dirtiness of our being on a start, because we live in a dirty world. And I think we can't expect to be totally clean. And in a lot of ways, dirt is the soil that allows things to grow. So being totally sterile and pure, I don't necessarily think is the overall spiritual goal for everyone, or for anyone, maybe someone, I don't know.
But I think there is a purity. Honesty is purity. This is what I'm getting at, right? So like, and thank you for caring that you worry that I might hate myself. Trust me, if you were me, you couldn't hate yourself. I really am the best, Cosmic. For all my flaws. No. Look, oh Lord, it's hard to be humble when you're perfect in every way. That's my advice. I got to watch out for that, because I can be damn perfect, and I was like, I was so egotistical growing up, because like, without a doubt, I was one of the best fighters in karate in South Africa as a child. The adults weren't on my level. So by the time I was 15, you find a 25-year-old that can match me. Good luck, but it just is what it is. It's the truth, because I trained harder than anybody else. So my girlfriend was cautioning me the other day, which is why I love her so much. She's so lovely, my girlfriend. She's really real. And it's about being real. And this is what it is. I think when we're real, we become pure. We might not become pure in the ideological sense of what we think pure is, but we become pure in terms of who we are, because we acknowledge our strengths and our weaknesses. We acknowledge our mistakes. We acknowledge our good things and our bad things, and we keep it in track. And what were we talking about? We were talking about something. We were talking about something, and I was pointing out something. And she was like, oh, is that ego? Because we challenge each other all the time. That's why I love my girlfriend. She challenges me, and that's beautiful. She's very honest. She's very straight up, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm very lucky to be with her. I've known her since we were children, and she was my first. How's that for so cool? My first real proper deep dive into the feminine experience. And so, universe has brought full loop. And this is a big problem with my son's mom. Just to give you some background so you understand. She had nowhere to go. She threw my ring in my face because I put a really nice big diamond on her finger. I was like, going to marry her and all of that. And she went into serious depression, prenatal, and she became really abusive. And I stood by her thinking, oh, this is just prenatal depression. She'll come out of it. But after she had my boy, she was postnatal depression and she never came out of it. And I stood by her like a mountain. And I endured a lot of abuse of like her constantly assuming that I'm having affairs. I'm a very jovial person. When I walk into a supermarket, I smile and I speak to the person like a human being. And hello, how are you? What's your name? John. Jessica. Anne. How's your day going? And I make people smile because I like to smile. And people smile at me. It doesn't mean I'm having an affair with a woman, but just because every woman you talk to is always smiling at you like that, you must be screwing them all. No, I just like people. I just love having a positive interaction with people. To me, that means a lot. And so I was constantly, she was constantly calling me a liar and a cheat and everything. And I enjoyed it because she had my child and my child came first, and I would endure anything for my child. This was my mindset. When you're a parent, you'll understand that, Cosmic. You'll give your organs for your child. And anyway, she threw it in my face, and she said she would never marry me because I'm a liar, I'm a cheat. But one of us was a liar, one of us wasn't. Lying is not my thing. That's the one thing that I think. That's why I say on some level I'm pure, because I think purity is when you can be honest, when you can tell the truth, even if it's not a nice truth, but that's the truth.
I think that's purity. I can agree with that conception of purity.
That's like real purity. Anything else is impure. And to me, that's what I relate as purity. And I might not be perfect, but I can try and be as pure as possible. And most of the time I think I am.
And I think because you have self-awareness, I've been thinking about, because we're talking about like occult, like lies and deceptions and stuff like that. I think one of the biggest like lies I've been thinking about lately is how in a lot of spirituality, there's a sense that like selflessness or lacking a sense of self, lacking an ego or identity is somehow the source of empathy and compassion, and having a sense of self and distinguish yourself in boundaries, that's the source of greed and evil. And I was trying to realize it's the other way around, because I've been thinking about it. Like, if you don't believe in a self, then you don't have awareness of that individual self. Therefore, you don't have self-awareness. And because that's what narcissists essentially are, because they don't have a sense of self to reflect back on. They don't have that inner sense of self. So when they do, but that self-awareness I'm talking about, it's not in the sense of like, I'm aware that I'm this person and I have these feelings, but it's a sense of awareness that you are aware that other people's perceptions of you is not necessarily how you perceive yourself. Like, in a certain sense, like, I may say something that may sound like offensive or it may sound aggressive, but that's not necessarily my intent. But I can recognize, because of the tone of my voice, I can see why that person might assume that I'm angry. But when you don't have that sense of self to sort of reflect on, you just all you really have is your own internal sense of self. You just assume that everyone must perceive you the way you perceive yourself. So when someone else's perception of you is not the same, that's when they start to act and like, how dare you? No, you're lying, because they don't recognize that they themselves are lying. So I think in a lot of ways, telling people that to avoid themselves and, we're basically taught that like the less personal boundaries you have and the more people take advantage of you, that's like proof that you're at a higher spiritual level, or that you have a deeper level of compassion, because you basically, let a bunch of vandals break into your house and take a dump on their floor. And you're like, I let those people take a dump on my floor and I didn't get angry at all. Look how enlightened I am. And people buy into that, and not realizing that kind of like selflessness is a kind of narcissism. Because if you truly, I think one of the reasons that people like the idea of having no self is that it makes them not have any personal responsibility or accountability in life. They don't have any, people to take care of. They don't have a world thing of, oh, look at me, I'm just I'm just the oneness. I'm just the infinite. I don't have to do anything. Everything is already just, taken care of by God. But it's just really kind of a way to avoid responsibility and a way to sort of reflect back on yourself, because you think, oh, well, this universe is perfect and pure and flawless and good and never does anything bad. Therefore, I, the individual, am just like that because I don't have an individual sense of self to compare the universe towards. And you know what? And that when it comes to like narcissists, they always have those fake personas. And that's the reason why. It's because they don't have any actual real sense of self, because they don't have a sense of self that's based on experiences. They have like a character. They have like a costume that they essentially wear. That's their identity. But underneath that costume, there's no person. It's kind of like, the old Invisible Man movie where you got the guy with like the suit coat on and like the hat and the glasses, but there's nobody behind the glasses, right? They just have like a bunch of like mummy tape behind it, because otherwise they'd look invisible. And a lot of these people are just kind of invisible. So, I don't know where I was going with this, but when it comes to that narcissism stuff, I really do think it makes more sense that it's a lack of a sense of self rather than having too much of a sense of self. And that sense of having too much of a sense of self that most people assume is actually the fake persona that they created to compensate for the lack of self that they actually have. Because I think about it, like my sense of self is actually what makes me have empathy. Because like for example, like you see somebody, who has like a big cut on their leg. Maybe they got cut by a sword or something like that. And because I can relate to that and say, oh, I know what it feels like to be cut by a sword myself, I can recognize and identify with that person's empathy, because I can think, oh, that could happen to me. But the person who doesn't have that sense of self, they think, oh, well, that will never happen to me. That's some person that's external to me. And because they don't have that sense of self to relate to that other person's sense of self, they can't form that empathic, compassionate connection. So that's the way I look at it.
I think you're completely right. And I think there's a polarity there between the ego and the persona. So if the ego has no sense of self, then the persona will compensate by becoming totally self-absorbed. That's something to think about. If the ego is totally self-absorbed, then the persona will react by having no personality. Right? So there's like a compensation, like the yang and the yin. They'll be the opposite of each other. So whatever we in our ego hold in, our persona will reflect out the opposite of, right? Sort of like this is what I've come to recognize. And that being able to be honest with ourselves and being honest with each other is like really important. And what you guys were saying about my son's mom is so true. And this is why I'm so frustrated by her. It troubles me sometimes that she split up with me in 2017, 18, 2018, the end of the year. We tried, no, and I waited for her for another 2 years. At which point we got to the point where she was actually, what's the word? Patronizing me. And I realized, okay, now I can free myself of her. Because I wanted her to make it work. I was hoping that we'd be able to help her and get her healthy. She was like, oh, you should find someone. I said, okay. Waiting done. 2 years done. Close a chapter. And then I found someone. And someone amazing, really amazing. So the polarity is so extreme. And my partner comes here to my home, and my son's mom, she's on the other side of the house. She's got like the master suite on the other side of the house, which I'm happy for her to have. Like she can see the sea and all of that from there. Well, there's one bush that's sort of grown over there, but hypothetically she can see the sea if she stands up high, stands up. And it's like, it's massive, it's just a massive, and en suite and everything nice. And like an L-shaped bathroom, quite nice. And she didn't have anywhere to go. And there was no way I was going to let her be on the street. So she uses that, that like my son, you know, it means that she knows that she doesn't have to try and make a way for herself. I'm just going to look after her. And my girlfriend often points out to me like, wow, she doesn't know how lucky she is. Like most women wouldn't get that. Like, you know, relationships done, like boot you out, go, find your own way in the world. I'm not your mother. But some part of me is too soft. And the thought of anything bad happening to my son's mom and how that would affect my son, there's a selfish element there. I do still care about her. I do still feel her heart sometimes and feel sad for her. But like at the same time, I can see what she's doing and perpetuating. So it's just her little bubble. That's how you want to be in your consciousness. Choose your way. All I do is make sure that she's got somewhere to sleep. She's got a safe place to live. So I feel her and find her to be a little bit of a financial burden in a sense, if I'm honest. But at the same time, you know, I can generate abundance. So, you know, I'm not somebody who's materialistic. I'm not interested in amassing huge amounts of money. It's not my thing. As long as my son's looked after and she's looked after and I'm looked after and my girlfriend's looked after, and my girlfriend's teenager, and as long as everybody's okay, and you know my mom's okay, and like my brother's okay. I need to see my brother. I need to talk to him. You know, everything's okay. So for me, it's been like a difficult chapter, but I think like this is what it comes down to, right? What we do in the world defines us, right? How we live our lives defines us. Do we do what we know is in our hearts, right? Are we honest with ourselves, right? If I'm honest with myself, the thought of letting my son's mom end up on the street would crush my son, and I would crush me in a sense. I would feel, you know, that I've let my son down. So it is what it is. I bear my cross, and I'm content with my cross, though sometimes I resent her. So this is like a lesson that I've got to learn to work out. The only solution is to generate more money. Which is a solution I'm implementing. I'm making it work. You know, I work a lot, and I live by the beach, and it's not the cheapest place to live and everything. I work a lot, but I love what I do. I'm honored and lucky that I've got like a huge client base, and that I am successful, and my clients love my work, and they recommend me to all their friends, and they keep coming back like year after year or whenever. Even if they don't need my services, just because I was there and I helped them at a time that they needed help, and they just want to pay it forward to me. And so I'm lucky that I get to choose my own path through life, and I get to do what I do. And this, for example, you know, being real. We're not allowed to be real, right? Right? We're not allowed to be real. And I was talking to my girlfriend about this. This is about honesty now. It comes back to her saying, like, challenging me with egotism. I said, maybe I'm being a bit egotistic. But then I challenged her in this way. I said, should a carpenter that grew up in a carpentry family, learning carpentry from his grandfather and his father as a little child, that then went to study carpentry and become a carpenter and has been a carpenter his whole life and has built thousands and thousands of pieces of carpentry, like big pieces and small pieces and tens of thousands of carpentry, should he pretend that he doesn't know better about carpentry than somebody that didn't do that? This is how I challenged her, because she challenged me, am I being egotistic? And I thought about it, maybe I am. And I thought, but am I? Right? So my life has been the occult since I was a little child, right? And I studied and practiced, and I trained hard, and I devoted myself. And then I made sacrifices in life so that I could follow the sphere of the occult and mysticism full time. And I devoted myself, I sacrificed everything else in life so that this could become my full-time study and practice. That's why I can speak about how, I would practice 10 hours, 11 hours a day. Like other people had a 9-to-5 job. My 9-to-5 job was the occult. Practicing, doing. Maybe some research. The research was done when I was younger. Once I'd done enough research, I just wanted to do the work. Once you've learned enough about carpentry, you just want to get out there and get the tools in your hands and do the work, right? So I spent my life full time devoted to the mystic arts. And it's now what I do for a living 24/7. It's my job. It's what I talk about when I'm not working. It's my passion. It's my hobby. It's my full-time devotion. So, when I observe someone that's done it part-time and I see their limitations and I acknowledge their limitations, it might look like I'm being egotistical, which I am maybe to some extent. But at the same time, the difference between being egotistical and just being real is like, no, this is how carpentry is done, right? Like if someone's really a carpenter, they're really a carpenter. And they'll be able to look at another carpenter and go, your carpentry is not so good, and I can see where you're making your mistakes. Is that arrogance and egotism? Or is it just a master carpenter or a better carpenter looking at someone who's got less experience as a carpenter, pointing out this is what you need to do to improve your carpentry, to get to another level of carpentry? So, but these are things that I have to self-observe with. Like, am I being egotistical? Because of the life that I've lived, because I was able to follow this life and go deep into the mystic arts and deep into the occult and go and live barefoot in the jungles.
Personally, I don't think it's egotistical what you're talking about, Shaman, because I think when it comes to, I think this is another like occult deception when it comes to like the whole, no self, no ego thing. Because the other idea that kind of promulgates from that is the idea that everyone's spiritual insight about the universe is equal. Everyone is equally enlightened. Everyone is equally valid. And I think because when you say something like, I think this is wrong, this doesn't make sense, that's why people get upset by that. It's like, how dare you say that you're better than us when everyone else is essentially equal? Because I run into the same problem, talking to people about stuff. And I think that's exactly that. It's like nobody is allowed. And it's not that nobody, like, you can know everything and be God, but the idea that, like, if everybody just knows the same thing, then it's like you can't learn anything new and you can't grow. And the reality is some people are going to have more spiritual insight than others. I mean, that might offend, some people or rub some in, but just, it just makes sense. Like there's some people who just, they have the knack for things and some people don't have the knack for it. It's just really that simple. I mean, obviously different traditions, they have their strengths and their weaknesses and, this or that or the other. But, really at the end of the day, how much time you put into, what you're doing, I think that should, count for something. And I think that's kind of part of the culture that we live in today, this kind of this relativistic new age, modernism. And I think that's the other problem with new age is the relativism, the idea that every belief system is exactly equal. Everything is the same level of moral validity. Nothing is better or worse than, anything else. It's basically spiritual communism in a way where it's like, nothing is better. Everything is equal. And, you're like the guy that says like, hey, in the same way that people are like, hey man, you got this big house, like, why don't I have a big house? And people are like, hey man, you got all these like spiritual powers, why don't I have those spiritual powers? It's because you put in the time and the work to get in them. And a lot of people, they don't want to actually put in the work. They just want it to be, they get it right now and just have a quick fix. They say, I'm already enlightened, I'm already even figured out. So when you're, acknowledging that like, hey, I actually have these deeper insights and this actually doesn't make sense, people get offended because there's this cultural expectation that no one's spiritual beliefs or religion is better than anyone else's, and no religion is closer to the truth than anyone else's. So in a lot of ways, you're kind of poking a hole at that kind of comfortable bubble of relativism that a lot of unfortunate, mystics and occultists have kind of been subjugated to these days.
I think that relativism you mentioned is very much on point, and a lot of people live in that random world, and it is an issue. And everybody wants to pretend that everybody's on the same thing. Like, there are times when I have to recognize how little I know, right? When it comes to baking, holy crap, I know nothing about baking. Shucks, I'm like a noob. I'm like a humble little, like, I don't know anything. I'm an amazing chef, I'll be honest. I'm like really an amazing chef. But baking, I'm so I think that's where we've got to, that's where the honesty comes in, recognizing like I'm really good at this, but I'm really bad at that. You know, because we're all going to be really good at things and really bad at things. But then we're not all the same in everything, right? Because that's what relativism goes, isn't it, Cosmic?
Yeah, exactly.
Like everybody's the same. No, we're not all the same. I've got real good strengths. I've got real weaknesses, right? Like, I'm really, really bad at some things. I'm really, really good at some things. The things I'm good at, I'm really good at. The things I'm bad at, I'm really bad at, man. I don't even try and bake. I'm too scared of baking. I'm like, keep me away from the baking thing, you know? I'm like, my girlfriend's like slowly like easing me into baking, you know? Because I've just never been a baking person. It means measuring out with measuring cups and how much of this and how much of that and put it all and have a timer set up. I'm like, no, dude. I just want to throw the food at the pot, and I want to chop it and smell it and feel it, and I want to throw that spice in. I want to throw that spice in. Ooh, I feel I need to throw salt. I'm like I just flow, and what I've created is like a piece of art, and that it works, but that doesn't work in baking. So I'm an evocationalist, right? I'm a strong evocationalist. If you give me a piece of music and tell me to learn it, I won't learn it. I have no impetus I have no desire to want to learn a piece of music. Isn't that weird? And when I was young, when I first started playing music, I realized I learned some musics and I loved it. And I played, Stairway to Heaven and Under the Bridge and some Chili Peppers and this and that and a bit of U2, U2. Is it U2, 2U, U2? Yeah. Sounds like a swear word now that I say it. And then I just realized that I could just play and just let like my own music come out. And then I was like, I don't want to learn songs. So now I've become really good at I can just like let my own feelings come out. But it means there's a price to pay now because I stopped developing taking in. So it means when I write a song, if I have to stop and learn that song, it's like such a big chore. I'm like, damn, I could have written like 5 more songs in the time I took, 10 more songs in the time I took to learn that one song. What a waste of time. But, there's a use in that. If you want to get that music into a studio and you want to like refine it and stuff, then that's what it's going to take. So that's why I'm not a musician. Because I'm too lazy to do that. So I'm lazy. I'm really specific about what I want to do. So when we realize what our strengths are and what our weaknesses are, and we decide to work our strengths and decide where we want to be at, we've got to be real about it and acknowledge like, this is what I'm good at. This is what I'm bad at. And I think like that's what really develops us as people, right? Self-esteem. This is why I think a lot of people lack self-esteem. Would you say that this relativism is the reason why most people suffer from poor self-esteem?
Oh,
and
absolutely.
People say to me, like, you've got so much confidence. It's like, dude, I just don't give a shit what anybody thinks.
Because here's the way I think about like relativism. It's like let's just say, for sake of argument, like people exist on a 1 to 10 scale. 1, you suck, and 10, you're amazing. What relativism does is it makes sure that everybody gets to be a 5. And it's like, let's say you're a 3, and it's like, oh, hey, join us. You get to be a 5. And you're like, the 3 is like, oh, great, this is awesome. But then it's one day you decide, oh, hey, guys, I'm going to be a 6. Now all the 5s are looking at you with like anger and contempt, like, buddy, no, you're coming back down with us. And that's kind of what relativism does. Like the second you try to like, reach out and kind of like grow and become something better, all the people around you, they sort of drag you back down to their level by insulting you or doubting you or, or saying that you're egotistical or saying that you're selfish. They try to bring you down because in a lot of ways it's like that relativism gives you a kind of a counterfeit confidence. So people kind of like stick to it because they're like, damn it, I like being a 5. I don't want to be a 1 again, and so they stick with it, not realizing that they could be a 9 or a 10 if they actually took some time and applied themselves. But, that's the way I look at it.
So I would say like this relativism is like the death of development. Yeah, you're right. Our tuition. You're totally right. What you're talking about, like when it comes to music. So I limit myself musically, and I'm musically limited, and I'm okay with that, right? What I am is a master percussionist. I don't say that lightly, right? So, when it comes to percussion, I'm like 10 drummers in the room. So, hand drums, I don't play with sticks. I could probably learn and be a master stick player if I spent like a year on a drum kit. Pretty sure. I learned to play the tabla in like 6 months. So, but I have no interest to play that because I don't want to go and play that kind of drum. I enjoy. Well, I've got a stick drum for my shaman drum, but it's just a short little stick, and you get into that. That's very simple rhythm. I prefer to play like a djembe or a turbuka. I like turbuka, but I love the djembe. Different djembe, different feeling. I haven't been playing my drum as much as I should be. I haven't been playing much at all. But when I do pick it up, I slide into a trance beautifully with djembe. I do play my shaman drum a lot. It's probably why I don't play my djembe much, because I play my round drums. I've got 2 of them. So, but when it comes to guitar and writing music, I'm very limited, and I'm okay being limited because I'm not a professional, right? And I don't pretend to be a professional. I don't pretend to be this musician because I'm not. I have a musical gift that I've developed only up to a certain develop point. And I can flow with just about anything, which is good, very improvised and everything. But like you say, those techniques and things that you learn when you do different things is what I haven't learned. But at the same time, I'm quite inventive. So I discover my own ways of doing things. Just being lazy when it comes to music. But I think we need to all do this to ourselves. We need to all do like what I'm doing now in a way and more, and look at ourselves objectively. And it's that objective perception of the self, looking at ourselves and going, these strengths, these weaknesses, I'm good at this, and I'm really good at that, I'm really bad at this. And accept that about ourselves. Like, so, I feel bad that I give my son's mother tongue lashings. And I do give her tongue lashings, I'll be honest. But when she says stuff in front of my girlfriend, there are house rules. I've laid down the house rules to her. She doesn't want to follow the rules. She gets a tongue lashing. Not when there's people. I'll go to her later on. I'll wait 2 or 3 days. I'll come to her and I'll give her a tongue lashing. Tell her exactly this and that and this and that and this and that. And I'll point out to her, you live here by the grace of my compassion. You live here by the grace of my goodwill. And you take advantage of me. You take me for granted. You don't show respect. You don't show respect to my girlfriend. You don't behave properly with my son. And still I'm here feeding you and looking after you. I give her a tongue lashing. I lay it out for her. And it's a bit humiliating for her. I don't like doing it, but I do it. I don't know whether it's right that I'm doing it or not. I'm trying to figure out if I'm doing the right thing or not. But I'm trying to maintain the boundaries and the rules that I have in the home, because I make the rules in this house. That's just how it is. It's not a democracy. And my son, I'm very clear with my son. When I'm talking to my son, she'll try and come and challenge me, right? and I'm saying to my son, it's like this, it's like this. She'll be, no, man, don't like that. She'll try and challenge me. Never challenge a father's authority when he's talking to his son, because then the son will see, oh, you don't have to behave. So I turn that around of like, okay, you want to come and start an argument with me when I'm talking to my son? When I'm laying down the rules to my son and I'm saying, I'm going to throw your tablet in the sea if you don't behave yourself, because I literally will, then she'll come and try and make an argument with you. And then I'll turn around to my son and say, Joshua, how many bosses are there in the house? Just you, Dad. Who's the boss in the house? Me. Good. She doesn't like it, but that's how it is. So my son has recognized that when I speak, no one challenges me. This is my home. I'm the man of my house. It's my house. She's not my wife. She's not my girlfriend. We're not here in an equity situation. She's here as a guest because she has nowhere to go. That's the reality. You don't get to go into a house as a guest and rule the host. So I keep it very real with her. And sometimes I think I keep it too real, but some people, if you give them a hand, they'll take an arm. If you give them an arm, they'll take two arms. You know, there'll be nothing left. So I've learned my lesson with her that I've got to just keep it tight. I don't like it, but I do it. And I don't know whether it's right or wrong, but I'm just saying, like what Cosmic's saying about that sense of self. Like, in a sense, I'm being very egotistical and controlling in my home, right? Because I feel I need to. I don't know whether it's the right thing or not. So I'm observing myself and I'm questioning myself. And I think that's the key. We always need to be observing ourselves and questioning ourselves and think, am I handling this right? Maybe there's a better way to handle it, because there's always a better way. If we look deep and we find there's always a more harmonic way of moving the ball where we want the ball to go on the field, right? Like sports, if you think about it. And so to become a good sportsman, you want to learn to have the best way to move that ball around the field. So I think that's the key. And I think that this is the problem, is when we get lost in lies, right? I could tell myself a lie that, like, the lie I could tell myself is like, no, like, I'm being fair. Sometimes I am being fair. Sometimes I question whether I'm being fair or not. I don't know whether I'm always being fair. I think it's always important that we're questioning ourselves. The moment we stop questioning ourselves, that's when we're sort of sliding. And that questioning of ourselves needs to be ruthless. But also at the same time, when we're ruthlessly questioning ourselves, we do acknowledge the positives, right? So I don't tell myself I'm not compassionate, because, you know, I'm giving her somewhere to live. I don't need to. I'm doing it because it's for the greater good, for my son, for her. She's good. What would happen to her? I don't want anything bad to happen to her, you know. So, you know, to apply that, if we apply that all to our own lives and direct it inwardly, then we can recognize and realize that, you know, we need to go out into the world and take responsibility. And sometimes we need to be anal. Sometimes we need to be pliable. Sometimes we need to back down. Sometimes we need to not back down. Sometimes we need to be aggressive. It's a weird thought, isn't it? And I think, like, to appreciate that all of these things, we sometimes may need them, and that it's important that we find that balance within ourselves. And in order to find and maintain that balance within ourselves, we can never go too far one way or the other, you know. And who's in the house? Jerry. Big love, Jerry. Namaste, Jerry. I hope you're well. Hope you're thriving. Welcome to the zone, Jerry. I hope you are smiling. I hope you are jiving. Did I see the name Take a Little Trip up here somewhere? Take a little trip and see. Hey, Bomb Shiva, how are you doing? Yes, take a little trip. I feel the same way. Although with my girlfriend, I don't feel that way, right? With my other half. But there's a total respect between us, you see. Like, we've been almost 3 years in a relationship, and we can be really open and honest with each other. But, like, you know, I would never challenge her ideas when she's doing what she's doing. She would never challenge my ideas. So there's, I think, respect. When there's respect, there can be synergy. And you can see some relationships can work with respect and synergy. And one person will be taking charge of one thing, another person taking charge. But there has to be that collaborative teamwork element. And when that's missing, then, like you say, no division bell. Needs to be one voice and one situation. And if everybody's on the exact same page, then that's not a problem, because then there are principles being adhered to, and everybody adheres to the same principles, right? And if everybody follows the same principles, then it doesn't need to be anybody like, oh, there's this or that. The principles are the principles. That's what there are. So I think, like, in life, that's like quite an important lesson for me. Audiloon, namaste, welcome. I hope you're good. Hope you're well. But yeah, you know, it's difficult when you've got a child and when your child's got a mother and she changed. I probably changed as well, but my God, did she change? It's like, who the hell are you? Like, where's that person? What happened to that? Okay, you've changed. Cool. You know, and that's just what it is. Sometimes in life, people change, and you just have to accept it, you know? And I might not agree with it, but maybe that's what she needs, you know, to be. But I'm really, really lucky. You know, I'm really lucky. I honestly feel lucky. I might sound like I'm bitching and moaning and complaining about my life. You don't know how lucky I am. If you knew how amazing my girlfriend was, you'd know like how lucky I am. She really is amazing. And I'm so grateful to have such a strong willed and dynamic and self-empowered woman that is, you know, that is, you know her. She's here in the group chat very often. So, you know, life is good. Life is beautiful. Life is sweet. And I think in life, this is what we're going to have to deal with. There are going to be bitter flavors and there are going to be sweet flavors. And we've got to learn to wrap our head around the bitter flavors and appreciate the sweet flavors and live. Because like you need to eat bitter things to clean your blood and you need to eat sweet things to get sugars into your blood. So you need that balance within your life, you know. You need to eat some vegetables that have got sugars in them. You need to eat some fruits that have got sugars in them, but then you also need to eat some herbs that are bitter. And the bitter herbs will keep you alive for longer and keep the poisons out of the body. So I think like this is the balance of purity. And so purity is balance in my mind. And that's Libra, isn't it, Cosmic?
Yeah, balance, man.
Balance, it's the key. So I think I've like spewed as much as I can spew for one day's spewing. Do you have any more to spew? Cosmic?
No, not really. I think we covered all the ground that we needed to today.
Integrity, morals, socio-economic construction, how fundamental and important is truth, the effects of the absence of truth on the cosmic self and the energy bodies. 1 second. Man, it's so self-explanatory. We spoke about the ego and the persona, the polarity between the ego and the persona. And I think these are two different energy bodies that we experience. And if one energy body is overloaded, another energy body will be underloaded, and vice versa. And so once again, balance. The balance between all the energy bodies, I think, is the key. And I think once we're being honest with ourselves, then we purify our energy bodies. I think the truth literally sets us free. Even if we're in a situation that's not a good situation, ideally, when we're honest with ourselves and we're truthful about our situation, then we are free within that situation to enjoy and to still be able to be, you know, seeing the funnier side and the happy side and the positive side of life through, you know, through the adversary that we have to face. Yeah, I think I'm done, tapped out.
Yeah, it's been a long one.
It has. And it's been basically mostly me and you, Cosmic.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
Crazy.
Well, as always, it's been an honor. And it's been an honor with all of you in the chat. And take a little trip. Lovely to see you here, as always. Missed you. Vibe Without, lovely. Howard, Out Tuition, and take a little trip. And, well, everybody that's been in the trip, Carly and Vincent and Gaz. I think Gaz had to go. And Audio, I don't know how to say your name. Audiloon. Is it Audiloon or Audi? Yeah, it's Audiloon. Howard, Audiloon, and everybody else. I'm sending you all, and Jerry. Welcome, Jerry. I hope you're good, man. Sending you all big love and big blessings, and everybody else who came to the chat, everybody else who was sitting watching the show. I hope you guys got what you came for. And I hope you guys are going to have an absolutely fantastic weekend. Take it easy. Keep the smile alive. And thank you, dear Cosmic, for bringing your beautiful wisdom to the show. As always,
Thanks for having me.
always an honor, brother. Always an
Yeah.
honor. And to all the other brothers and sisters out there, Carly and everybody else, and the other sisters that were here that left, big love to all of you and to all of the brothers. Take it easy. Keep it sweet. Keep it smiling. Don't forget that life is short. Make the best of what life is. Life is one big teat. You got to squeeze and you got to suck. Om Namah Shivaya. Take it easy.
Peace out, everybody.
Don't forget to